Okay, I'm back, bitches. What a fucking intro. It's a late night stream, so I'm just going right into it. And here we are. No, I didn't quit streaming. I've been gone for a while because, to be honest, I don't know. Politics and shit was just getting tedious. It was getting boring for me. I didn't have the motivation or determination or ultimately care to talk about politics. I was just so over it after the election. I know it's been like almost 6 months now since the election, but I was just over talking about politics and just arguing with a bunch of misogynists and fucking retards, to be honest. Like, I was just fucking over it. And so I've jumped on a couple streams here and there, but I haven't been streaming really. I started a whole second channel, a true crime channel, so it's totally different than this. But I'm back now. I'm in a different room. I'm now streaming with my pet bunny rabbit Thumper. So that's his like little castle right there. So if you see him running around, he's shedding right now. So he kind of looks like a ragamuffin, but he's still cute. And I'm still working on the new stream room. The mic really should be like down here. Like right here, actually. Probably sounds a lot better, but it's like covering my face, so I gotta figure out where to like figure this. Still, for now, this will just be fine here. Probably sound like slightly further away, but hopefully you can deal with it. Good evening. What's up, Logic? So, yeah, anyways, I've been like over politics and whatever, but I've still been tuning in to some other debates and yeah, I've been tuning into some other debates and news and whatever. So I've been keeping up with it. I just haven't been wanting to speak on it really. Haven't like found something I wanted to react to until last night. Destiny debated this guy called the Misfit Patriot, and I recognized him from somewhere, and I realized he's been on debates at the Raging Tomatoes, Sarah the Raging Tomatoes channel, who I often go on. Again, not as much recently, but I've been on her channel a bit. I recognized him from there. And so I started watching this debate, and I stopped because I was like, this might be a good video to react to get back into streaming again. Because to me, he is like the perfect, he's a perfect embodiment of the MAGA movement and the MAGA people who aren't actually, now I sound stupid. I'm trying to call him stupid and I'm blanking for words. That aren't, dude, I feel like when I'm streaming, words just escape me. They aren't like, not tuned in, but they aren't actually like aware of what's going on. They're kind of a vibe voter kind of guy, you know what I mean? Which is a lot of people, to be fair. That is not just on the right. That is, the majority of people are vibe voters, right? So, but he's just like a perfect embodiment of the MAGA voter, in my opinion, from what I've seen anyways. And like I have Republican friends. I have friends who voted for Trump. My best friend voted for Trump. Like, I'm cool with some Trump people. But these people also have some like liberal values too. They're not like full MAGA. They think those people are kind of, I don't know, like pretty gay or whatever. You know what I mean? Like South Park gay. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, not that South Park's gay. I mean, like when South Park calls, or like Eminem, when Eminem calls. Whatever, I'm gonna stop explaining myself. It's been a while since I've done a stream, y'all, so don't get mad at me. Anyways, we're talking about this fool. So, yeah, I saw Destiny debate him last night. Oh, that's me. Not this guy. This guy. Yeah. I saw Destiny debate this guy last night, and Playing with Fire, Alex moderated. But so I went to his channel. So maybe before we get into this, I found a couple videos that I just wanted to quickly go over to get like some background on this dude. And so let's watch these real quick. Oh, I forgot to put my headphones in. Hold on, give me a second. Headphones. Okay, that should work. All right, so let's get some background on this dude because I don't know. I think it'll be just a good intro to who he is. Again, I've seen him on Sarah's channel, but let's just watch these as an appetizer.
We all got over it because we're not a bunch of whiny, sensitive, purple-haired liberals. So here he is, joining me now, conservative content creator, the Misfit Patriot, Zach Bonafilo. All right, Zach, so my question is, everybody in this generation, they all, like, everybody talks tough on the internet, but some people, like, want to kill you at the end of a conversation. It's like, can we all just lighten up a little bit?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, I think we're similar in age, and when we were growing up, you could roast your friends, you could roast other people, you could joke around without somebody becoming your mortal enemy. I mean, I've had death threats over words that I've said on the internet. People have posted my information. So
never say it to your face, though.
Yeah. Oh, no.
All right, already, I feel like I need to debunk this. I don't know, maybe people are a little bit more sensitive today, but I don't even know because back in the day, I feel like we had to really watch our mouths around older people. And it wasn't just a respect thing. I feel like older people couldn't even be honest with other older people. Like they were always playing this game of how you're supposed to act in public and how you're supposed to talk to other people, and they couldn't be honest with each other because they didn't want to offend somebody or be mad or be impolite or shit like that. So I don't know, to be honest, like, plus older people they didn't have the internet, right? They weren't getting comments on every picture they've ever taken in their life, and like just getting hate comments, insults. Our generation, I mean, I'm 30, I just turned 30 the other day. Our generation and Gen Z literally grew up with just people on the internet constantly hating them. So I'm kind of sick of this whole fucking, oh, little snowflake, blah, 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 crying people. Like, I don't know. That's not even that important, but anyways, let's go on.
No, I mean, not in Texas. But it's weird.
Also, sorry, last thing on this. As soon as you insult something that they care about, it's not a joke anymore. It's not a fucking joke. They fucking spaz out. They're all on the internet, keyboard warrioring. Like, they do the same shit. It's just, it's so funny. Like, I don't know, the hypocrisy.
Because I call it the window theory. When you're in your car and you're in traffic and somebody cuts you off, you'll say the most like awful things, and you'll rant and rave. But if that window was rolled down and somebody was standing right in front of you, you probably wouldn't. So I think we need to figure out how to roll the windows down.
Yeah, well, Mike Tyson said social media has made us too comfortable without getting punched in the face. Look, I'm going to give you the floor on this one, and you're going to help me out with some of these other comments because, in regards to me saying climate change predictions have been all wrong, this guy wrote in and he said, "Incorrect as usual. Most predictions have been seen to be true. The hyperbolic frantics who wish to deny global warming have simply made outlandish claims about those predictions and have no bearing on the predictions themselves." Zach, I mean, come on. Look, which was pretty correct. I mean, there's been no climate changes that have been predicted correctly in the last 70 years.
Well, we were supposed to be frozen by like.
The oceans are rising. The ice caps are melting. There are studies around the world showing how our oceans are warming up. Our coral reefs are dying. These guys just don't care about it. That's really, global warming isn't real to them because they don't care about global warming.
I don't know, it was 1998, and then it was we're good.
Sorry, they also don't know what it means. Global warming isn't like, oh, you're gonna be warm every day. It's never gonna snow again. Which, by the way, here in Philadelphia, when I was a kid growing up, it used to snow every winter. We had a blizzard, usually multiple blizzards every winter, multiple feet of snow every single year. I haven't seen I can't even remember last time I've seen an inch of snow that's lasted more than overnight in years. It has been so long since Philadelphia has been hit with an actual snowstorm that has an inch, 2 inches, that lasts a couple of days. Kids don't go sledding anymore. We used to go sledding. We used to build snowmen. I used to be a kid and the snow would be up to my head. And that doesn't happen anymore. So, but anyways, this isn't even about global warming. Let's go on. Just getting background on this guy right now.
The polar ice caps were going to melt, and now they just changed it to change so that they can be right every time. If it's too hot, then climate change. If it's too cold, climate change. Yeah. But it's funny how these people keep on buying beachfront properties where the water level is supposed to be rising and apparently taking out their houses.
V8 SUVs, private jets, all the great thing. No, but that's just for us, Zach. We're the ones who have to say, you know what, we'll give up our cheeseburgers because cows fart. Yes. I get a lot of these, okay? A lot of people taking pokes at me, saying, "Oh, you are deranged." I don't even know what this guy was trying to say. It's usually the most angry ones that don't write so well. What do you think about people who just lose their mind at people they don't even know for no apparent reason?
I think a lot of it's projection. I think that a lot of these people have just sort of tried to use the internet as their own, soundboard for screaming out their own insecurities at other people. And that's kind of the problem. It's if these people just went outside, touched some grass, tried a human interaction, they'd probably figure out exactly what we figured out when we actually talked to each other, that, oh, hey, you know what? We can banter back and forth. But that's why I kind of roast people sometimes.
Sounds like such an old fucking man. Back in my generation, what's wrong with these kids who don't even actually talk to each other anymore? I'm just so sick of it. It's so stupid.
I think most of my friends are people that used to dislike me. And it's because of that sort of getting over it that you form a strong connection.
Yeah, well, I mean, what would be your message to most of the people? Because I'm kind of look, you made a funny...
Okay, so this is his channel, right? So my appearance... Oh, can you not see that? Fuck. What if I do this? No, that doesn't work. All right, well, it says my appearance on Carl Higbee's Frontline. So he obviously recorded this to post to his own channel. So he's a truth social poster as well.
Rip about me. There are a lot of F-bombs in it, so we can't play it. And I posted, I said, look, hey, it's funny. The guy's making fun of me a little bit. I made fun of him. And then now here you are.
Yeah. Yeah, I see, and yes, my channel's called TMP Uncensored for a reason. I'm putting on my work voice. But no, my advice to everybody would be just to stop thinking that the internet is real life. I mean, when you go out to the supermarket or something like that, and your checkout person is very nice to you, you don't know what their politics are. They're actually just being a decent human being because most people are inherently decent. It's not until you get on the internet where you
First of all, they're being a decent human being because they're at their job and they're a customer service employee. Okay, but anyways.
enter this like fake
Bubble.
world of everybody just completely trashing each other, and I think that the way you took my video is how I hope everybody will take the video. It's a joke. It's supposed to be funny to make my audience laugh.
Yeah, well, that's the intent of social media, because it's not a real place. Zach, great to have you on. I have the same.
Social media is not a real place. Okay. That's great. Even though these people literally live on social media. But social media is not a real place. The reason people fight on social media is because that's where people put their opinions, right? And we don't know each other. It's kind of just like a giant debate space. At least that's what Twitter is. So you put your thoughts out there. People disagree. People don't like it. People fight about it. That's how it happens. Yeah, I don't know. So anyways, I showed you that because I wanted to show you this video too. Hold on, where am I at? 1739. And I want to point out that this starts off with him talking about all of his hate mail. So, let's see.
My mail for some reason. And, good morning. You're a fat gay Jew faggot.
Oh.
Get fucked, you makeup wearing gay Jew faggot. That's every day. If you guys don't believe me, hold on. Let's go through shit. Let's see. Let's just go through 24 hours. All right, let's find out.
Yeah, but the internet's not a real place. It's just a joke, right? It's just a big joke. So why care about it? Why should he care about it? It's just a big joke, right? These people aren't real. It's not real.
I would do the screen record, but I have some people that left nice messages, and I don't want to post them. Okay, so starting with Fujiwaffen SS, it's literally fucking Nazis, right? Starting here, right here where my finger is. Okay, let's go and see how much hate mail I got for the last.
He is an Israel defender, I learned, so this might literally just be some crazy Nazi shit. To be fair, people coming after him. But anyways, that's not even really why I wanted to show you this. So let's go to, so this is his daily breakdown show that he does like 3 days a week or some shit. I just want to show you one part of it. So where were we, like 17 something?
Told you guys I get death threats, shit like that.
He's still talking about the death
So does it
threats.
bother me? Yes. Is it annoying? Yes. Is it going to stop me? Absolutely not. You people should have Googled me. You should have. You should have Googled me before you did this.
Why would it bother you if the internet's not real?
All right. There's another one. Bye-bye. Let's get to the Daily Breakdown. Now, if you guys have never watched the Daily Breakdown before, what I do is every morning on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, I go on the interwebs and I just type in the word news. And
Sorry, I don't know why his video is so quiet. I don't see.
whatever pops up, that's what we break down. So, the top 3 stories for today. We're gonna do this one quick. I got shit to do today. I really gotta hustle, so I might do under an hour. First headline is Trump to sign order to shut down Department of Education. Fucking fantastic. And as you
All right, and this was 4 months ago, by the way.
see, I rushed through the show, so we didn't do the separate thingies. Let me go find it. Executive order. Yes, here we go. So, the U.S. President Donald Trump will sign a long-anticipated executive order on Thursday, which is today. Pull this up. That aims to shut down the Department of Education. Acting on key campaign pledge, according to White House summary seen by Reuters. Even before it was signed, the order was being challenged by a group of Democrat state attorneys generals who filed a lawsuit to block Trump from dismantling the department and halt the layoffs of nearly half its staff announced last week. The NAACP, a leading civil rights group, also blasted this expected order as unconstitutional. Where the fuck is the Department of Education in the Constitution? Right? Like,
That's cute. That's cute. They're talking about the way that Donald Trump shut down the Department of Education is unconstitutional. Yeah. And throughout the debate, because I did watch a good bit of it, not gonna lie, he was saying that he likes to use his logic. He likes to use logic and reasoning to sort through his opinions and the news. So that's what he's doing here, and it's just logic and reasoning doesn't do you very good if you're not very knowledgeable on certain subjects, right? It can lead you down really wrong roads, actually. I forget what it's called, but there's this phrase that's called for somebody who looks into a little bit of a subject. And I remember doing this when I was younger. Like, I looked at a little bit into astrology or quantum physics, and I didn't know that much, but I knew just a little bit. And all of a sudden, I'm like putting together things that I think make sense. So there's this phrase for people who know a little bit about a subject, but not a lot, that makes them feel like they know more than they do. And I feel like a lot of Republicans do this with politics. Sorry, not just Republicans, everybody. Okay, everybody does this. But that's what this guy is doing here.
where? It's a bureau. It's a bureaucracy. Right? You don't need it. We should also get rid of the ATF. This is a dark day for millions of American children who depend on federal funding for quality education, including these in poor and rural communities with parents who voted for Trump. Yeah, okay. Look, here's the deal. We are coming in pretty fucking bad with education. What are we, 27th in literacy?
Yeah, so let's, we're not doing that good with education. So let's just get rid of the Department of Education. Let's just get rid of it. Because we're not doing that good with it. So let's get rid of any aid for these children that we might need that can help our schools.
See around the world where we're not doing too good with education. And we used to be really good with education, right? What changed? Oh, it was the Department of Education. Look, anytime the government does anything, they fuck it up. Go to the DMV, go to the post office, go to the VA. You'll see absolute fucking just incompetence.
The post office? It's pretty crazy because, like, my mail never gets lost. It's always in my mailbox. Yeah, I don't know. The DMV pretty much just has slow lines. Granted, I haven't been there in a couple years, but I don't know, maybe the employees are kind of rude and it's kind of slow, but I never had any problems at the DMV. I feel like this is just, again, something that people repeat, and if enough people repeat it, it becomes truth in our society. And this happens with a lot of things, especially in politics. Like, when people talk about the Biden economy, and that's the only example I can think of right now. But when you actually ask people, like, can you show me some kind of data that supports this belief you have, and then they can't. It's all just like, oh, well, everybody knows this. Like, are you even questioning that? Like, are you seriously questioning that? Like, everybody knows that.
So, for those of you that don't know, the Department of Education gets, like, what is it, $1.9 billion budget a year, I want to say. I might be wrong on those numbers. I'm pretty sure I'm right. $1.9 billion. So when you get rid of the Department of Education, what do you do with that money? Do you go to Vegas and spend it on strippers? No. You give it back to the states. So you take the $1.9 billion, you divvy it up wherever it needs to go into different departments, and then the states can fund their own shit
That's adorable. The Department of Education is funded by federal taxes, not state taxes. So, pretty sure that would just be more money for the federal government overall, not the states.
Because, you know, people in Tennessee know what the Tennessean kids need. People in fucking, you know, Massachusetts know what their need, and vice versa, and yada, yada, yada.
The Department of Education doesn't decide that stuff.
So when Trump says, when the Democrats say that, oh, Trump's going to take all this money away from kids and take all these resources away from kids, no. We're just going to take the resources and we're going to make it state by state. Same thing with abortion.
There already are. There already are. Does he think that there's no, like, that education isn't run by states and actually, like, city districts? It's not run by the federal. He doesn't know what the Department of Education does. This is the problem. And let's say there was a problem with the Department of Education, okay? There might be. Why is the Republican solution to just get rid of it? Instead of fixing it, they just get rid of it. Isn't this what they always talk about with relationships, right? Oh, women these days are getting so many divorces. They don't want to work on relationships. They just divorce in an instant. They just wake up and divorce, apparently. This is what they do with our government departments. They say, oh, there's some corruption. There's some overspending in this department. Let's get rid of it. Instead of fixing it, let's just get rid of it. That's retarded. You should actually try to fix something. Try to make it better. You know, we actually have like a pretty decent country. I know lots in the media and lots of these creators want everybody to feel like they're living in constant chaos and misery and never feel satisfied, never be happy. They want them to always have a problem, right? Because there's a lot of hate watchers out there, and to be honest, I'm one of them. I'm not gonna lie, you get addicted to it. But when people are talking about your problems, you listen, because we're always trying to constantly improve, right? And for some reason, we tend to focus on negative things more than positive. A lot of us do anyways. And politics is all about fixing stuff. So if there's no problems, they get no views. So these people want you to be mad. They also get no votes, okay? So this is a politician thing too, not just a content creator thing. They get no votes, they get no views. Nobody cares. Everybody's happy. They don't want you to be happy. They don't want you to feel satisfied. They want you to feel like everything's always in turmoil. That's why there's always World War III hanging over our heads, right? For like how long? The end of the world. Everything. I'm going to the gym. Shut it down and meet me there. I just started, but have a good time at the gym. Anyways, yeah, so that's how I feel. And I feel like Republicans really do a great job at this. And this may be a little out there. I tried to use this in a debate one time and it went over everybody's heads. But if you actually look at Republican and Democratic brains, Republicans, and this like worked to a 76% accuracy or something. Republicans had an enlarged amygdala, right amygdala, I think it was. And the amygdala processes fear. So that's why, like, in the past, you always had, like, Republicans really cared about wanting a big military, right? Protection, fear. They're also more conservative, so they want to conserve how things are. Whereas liberals had a more enlarged, I forget the exact part of your brain, but it's the brain, a part of your brain that's open to change. So they were more accepting of new situations, new environments. They were more open to try like new things, maybe new foods or something like that. And we definitely see this with progressivism, meaning change, accepting different kinds of culture and not conserving everything. We're more like accepting change, wanting to move forward, progression. So this even goes down into your brains. And they don't know why it's like that. They don't know if it comes from your parents, your upraising, or it's a genetic thing. But you can see this in liberals and Republican brains. But, you know, there are studies about this if you look into this. Republican versus Democratic brains. But even if you don't care about that shit, you do just see this with how people vote. So obviously conservatives conserve. Liberals want change, and progressive, right? So anyways, where was I going with this? What was he talking about?
Right. Some states.
Oh, the people and how they vote and why they want you to be fearful and stuff like that. But like if you watch like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Tim Pool and even Joe Rogan, like all these people on the right are always trying to instill fear into you. They're taking over our country. There's not going to be a white race anymore. Fucking, we're not going to have any houses. We're not going to have any jobs. America's going to look completely different. They're transing all of our kids. Like, oh my God, it's such a scary, scary, scary world out there. So, and this really gets to a lot of people.
You shouldn't have a federal bureaucracy that oversees something that has all these nuances, like which kids are doing well, which kids are, and by the way, anytime you also have the federal.
Wait, what did he just say?
Well, which that has have a federal bureaucracy that oversees something that has all these nuances, like which kids are doing well, which kids are, and by the way, anytime you have also.
Why wouldn't we want a federal body just to be able to research and see which kids are doing well and which kids aren't, so that we can focus on the kids that aren't, see which kids are doing well, why they're doing well, and how they're doing well, and spread that around to other places of the country? Why wouldn't we want that?
Also have the federal government. There's a lot of, you know, let's just say money getting lost, right? So a lot of this money isn't going to the children. A lot of it is, you know, they go, oh, well, we need a new basketball court at fucking Cooper High School. It's going to cost $2 million.
He thinks the federal Department of Education is paying for individual basketball courts for schools? Yeah, he has no idea what the Department of Education actually does.
It's like, no, I could build it for 50 grand. So, we all saw the hearings where, or some of us, I did, where they were going through, and it's what Elon is doing right now, the waste, the fraud, the abuse. And
again, this was 4 months ago, but fast forward to now, how well did that work out? Where's all the waste, fraud, and abuse, huh? Such a fucking lie.
The congressman held up a bag of bolts, right? Literally a bag of bolts, like the thing. Yeah, a pencil sharpener that cost fucking bag of bolts for the government. They paid $90,000 for them, I think. So, yeah, get rid of the Department of Education, right? Because I'm sure that somebody ordered a fucking a pencil sharpener that cost $50,000.
He thinks schools order pencil sharpeners through the federal government. Dude. Alright, so this is why I wanted to introduce you to him with this video, right?
I'm sure that somebody ordered a fucking, like, some printer paper that cost $80,000. It's like, yeah, get that money back to the states, right? Because while there still will be some type of fraud in some of these fucking corrupt Democrat-run cities, when there is a well-run...
What states and what cities Republican or Democrat, do you think have the best school districts? Do you think Alabama has better school districts than, let's say, I don't know, Connecticut or New York? Just curious, like, where do you think the best school districts are? And there is, I'm not going to lie, there is a lot of corruption in our school districts, our local school districts. There is a lot of corruption there. But again, that has nothing to do with the Department of Education. So I am a big education person. I'm somebody who wants to help our education. I know that you can't just solve it with money. Money definitely helps, though. But it's more than just throwing money at the problem. But Republicans have never cared about education. They've never wanted to spend more money on education. And I really think that's where not all of, but a lot of problems stem from, is our education system. Especially shitty public schools, and why there isn't equal funding amongst city schools versus suburban schools. I could go on about this for a while, but Republicans have never cared about education. So, yeah, anyways, so let's talk about what the Department of Education actually does. The Department of Education provides grants for students who are underprivileged, who want to go to college, who can't afford it. They provided me a grant to go to college, community college, and paid for all of it. I didn't have to pay it back. They also provide research. So they put money so that researchers can look into how our education system is working. They also give money to, they help like they help kids with special needs, like I guess schools with special needs programs and stuff. They do all kinds of things. Hold on a minute. Fuck, did my mouse just die? Hold on. Hey, Midlife Bro Logic. Thanks for stopping by. Hold on a second. Let's see. All right.
President.
Oh, see, his video was so quiet. I don't know if you guys, maybe that's just in my ears. I don't know, but his video was so quiet, so I turned my volume all the way up and hurt my ears. All right. So this is from the New York Times. So, you know, whatever. If you guys don't want to trust the New York Times, whatever. They're the fucking New York Times, though, so probably reputable if you actually look into this stuff. All right, let's see what she says. What does the Department of Education actually do? She's probably going to say a lot of things that I said.
President Trump has said he wants to close the federal Department of Education.
Let the states run their own education.
And he says the agency is filled with
Radical zealots and Marxists.
But at the same time, he signed sweeping executive orders that would use the federal department to wield tremendous power over local schools, that try to prevent schools from recognizing or affirming transgender identities, that try to force and push schools to adopt what he calls a patriotic view of American history, that prevent schools from talking about things like critical race theory. And he has attempted to cut off federal funding for schools that defy these goals.
So that doesn't sound like leaving it up to the states. That sounds like trying to control federally what our education is allowed, what our schools are allowed to educate.
So what exactly is the Department of Education? And importantly, what is it not? The Department of Education is not the agency or the part of government that controls what schools teach kids or how they teach it. Local school districts and states have control over those huge questions. The Department of Education is a relatively small federal agency, and more than 70% of its budget goes toward federal student aid, so grants or loans that help folks pay for college. In terms of K-12 education, there are funding streams to support low-income kids, disabled children. There's funding streams for research into best practices in education. The federal government only controls about 10% of the funding for local K-12 schools. Congress controls that 10%. So absent a ruling from the Supreme Court that would give the president powers that he doesn't currently have, these threats are not that meaningful to local schools. It is clear, however, that the Trump administration will drastically try to reduce the size of the federal Department of Education. Attempts to decrease the amount of money the Department of Education receives are going to disproportionately impact those students who the department's programs serve: low-income children, children with disabilities, and college students who cannot afford the full price of their tuition. They have already cut nearly $1 billion that's used to support research and education. Especially notable because 2 weeks ago, the latest federal test score data showed that reading achievement among children in this nation is at a historic low. Some of the programs that were cut involved research into the very questions that could explain why reading achievement is so low and what can be done about it.
So, yeah. Like, why wouldn't we want to figure out what is working in our education system and what isn't working? And that's not something you can do. I mean, sure, you can do it amongst your state too, but why wouldn't you want it done federally so that we could look across the entire country, have a bigger survey, like a bigger amount of schools and students to survey to see what's going right, where is it going right, and why is it going right there? Where is it going wrong and why is it going wrong somewhere else?
Given what the federal Department of Education does and doesn't do, what it controls and doesn't control, these attempts to slash its budget and the size of its staff may have less impact on what students learn than on their ability to effectively learn it.
Right, so the Department of Education does not determine what students learn, even though that's what Trump is trying to do. Did she say he's trying to do that through executive orders?
And to wield tremendous power over local, the federal. But at the same time, he signed sweeping executive orders that would use the federal department to wield tremendous power over local schools.
Okay, so yeah, he is trying to sign executive orders in order to actually control what the schools can and cannot teach from a federal level. I'm pretty sure she says later on, though, like, he's not allowed to do that, so. Anyways, so that's some background into this fool. Now we're gonna watch the actual debate by him. So it should be interesting. Let's do it.
Guys, we are live. We got a fun debate for you. We got Destiny coming back to the channel, first time in 5 years. And we got Misfit making his first appearance on my channel. So Destiny, you guys already know. Misfit, you've probably seen on X or Instagram when he's been blowing up recently. Two guys from the opposite sides of the spectrum, political spectrum, that is. And so the debate proposition is going to be, have the first 6 months of Trump's presidency been success or failure? I think you can probably figure out who's going to be arguing which side. So we're going to do opening statements, and it's going to be open dialogue. I probably won't need to talk that much. I will only step in if one person is refusing to answer a specific question that I think is relevant, or if someone's just not able to get a word in, or is this something that's going on that's repeatedly bad faith. Other than that, I'm probably too much talking. All right, so who wants to, does anyone have any preference about going first or going second?
Doesn't matter.
I can go first.
Cool. All right, kick it off.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I would say that the first however many days of been office has been kind of a failure, depending on how you look at it. I don't know how you can look at it positively, but I would say that the Department of Justice has been weaponized in a way that it never has been before in the history of the entire United States. The idea of specifically calling out law firms and executive orders is insanely unhinged. I think that the use of the DOJ to try to do like a quid pro quo with basically with Eric Adams in New York, it was indefensible. I think that when Trump came in, he promised that he would try to lower the debt. Obviously, the big, beautiful bill and Doge was just like a complete and utter failure and catastrophe when it came to managing debt levels in the United States. I think that the Epstein stuff is something that a lot of Trump's cabinet members had hyped us up on for months or years coming into this administration, and they've completely dropped the ball on that. I think on the foreign policy level, he failed on all of his stated goals. You know, we didn't get an end to the violence in Ukraine. You know, we had tons of peace deals, I guess, or ceasefires with Hamas. They've all been broken. None of that stood. He didn't end either of those conflicts. And when it comes to just open corruption, I think that this administration is openly corrupt in ways that we've never seen with the president before. We can bounce through a million of these, but I think the largest example would be the Trump and Melania coin. I think are absolutely unbelievable and unhinged.
Cool. All right, Misfit.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I'm trying to keep this quick, but it's a little long. Let me start off by saying, so I never spoke with Destiny before. I don't really watch his content. Heard he's a skilled debater, but I don't really think people understand what that term actually means. A skilled debater will argue the facts, but the debate me bros, which I would consider Destiny, is more of a master manipulator as opposed to a skilled debater. Using narcissistic abuse.
How he's already starting off the debate, it's just funny. He's like already coming out and accusing Destiny of debate me bro tactics, when Destiny just came out, gave his opening statement, and just listed like straight up what he thinks why he thinks the Trump administration has not been successful in its first 6 months, which is the debate topic. And already this guy's like getting into actual debate bro shit, which is like just talking about the other person and not talking about the actual topic. That's debate bro shit. I just thought that was funny.
Tactics and gaslighting and gotcha moments and saying I won before the debate's even over. It's just not really what a debate is. That being said, in this debate, I will be as thorough as possible and present my arguments by backing them up with real facts and statistics.
Let's go,
For instance, this debate is about whether or not Trump's first 6 months in office are a success or a failure. So here's a list of what I believe to be many of his accomplishments in the first 6 months of the administration. Destiny will have a hard time refuting these, but I'll provide the facts to each of these on my list. All of them, if you want to go that long, for our discussion. Feel free to write these down, Destiny, if you want, or I can repeat them if you'd like later in. So, 1, Midnight Hammer, trade deals and policy, executive orders, Title IX, border is 96% down, 3% GDP growth, inflation down 2.1%, 600 terrorists removed, Lake and Riley Act, 671,000 jobs added, $100 billion in revenue from tariffs, Doge cutting USAID, Maha lowering drug costs, $29 billion surplus, EV mandate gone, Paris Accords gone, increasing NATO spending, ending the Department of Education, 1 million people illegals self-deporting, military recruitment is up, extended the TCJA, forcing Mexico and Canada to address the fentanyl crisis, bringing manufacturing back, energy, ending child mutilation, ending DEI, and by the way, through his negotiations and diplomacy, he's ended about 7 wars: Azerbaijan and Armenia, Cambodia, Thailand, Israel, Iran, Rwanda and Congo, India, Pakistan, Egypt, Ethiopia, Serbia, and Kosovo. Now, like I said, Destiny won't be able to argue all of these facts. We'd have to be here for hours. But that's just a list that I put together since yesterday. I did 90% of that from memory because there's just so much that Trump has done. But because Destiny can't argue the facts on even most of these, I'm sure he'll try to pick them apart, but he'll most likely pivot to Trump's character, like all liberals do. Pretty soon he'll be calling Trump an insurrectionist, racist, misogynist, and all the other ist words he can think of, because that's all he can do. He will give the usual talking points, try to change topics, pull up some obscure legal statute or some other bullshit obscure fact that I don't know about because nobody knows about, and then he'll try to hammer me down on it because I haven't memorized every legal definition throughout time.
Apparently, this guy has a Trump tattoo. Okay? So, yes, he is a major Trump supporter. How cringy is that to have a fucking Trump tattoo? And then you say like I don't know. We've been watching some of his stuff, and he's just like, I don't trust the government, you know, typical Republican shit. I don't like the federal government, but I'm gonna get the president tattooed on my leg. Okay.
But all of that is deflection because the vast majority on both sides have looked at the first 6 months of this administration,
I'm gonna try to find
versus
it.
the entire 4 years of the last one, and they know in their heart of hearts that Trump has already accomplished more to improve the lives of Americans in 180 days than Biden did in 1,460. The irony is, even with all that going on for me in this debate, I still technically can't win because, again, these YouTube debates are not debates. They're popularity contests. This is a show, and winning is based on how many fans you have. He has way more fans than me, but again, I'm still going to try to do as best I can. But I'm not really here to win. I'm here to have a conversation. I don't even know why people keep asking me to do these debates, because I'm not really a debater. I've said this. I'm a shit poster and a troll. I'm not a serious person by nature. And to be completely honest, neither is Destiny. But and this isn't ad hominem. I think it's relevant to point out before I wrap up my opening, which is wrapping up. But there's, the videos of Destiny performing a sexual act. There's the stream of his girlfriend hooking up with a dude in the background. And there's allegations from women. And I don't know if those are true. I don't even care if they're true. I'm only bringing this up to point out the fact that anyone under the notion that this debate is between two intellectuals that should be taken seriously should have their fucking head examined. This is entertainment, and I actually enjoy doing it, which is why I continue to accept these challenges. So let's put on a good show, and I look forward to hearing your arguments, sir.
Cool. Just before we jump into the open part, I say we just on both sides stay away from anything personal related, because that's just so off topic for the whether Trump's a good president or not. But anyway, kick it off. Who wants to go first? Feel free.
Yeah, so I guess my first one has to do with the weaponization of the Department of Justice. Do we feel like the offer that was made to Eric Adams to dismiss all of his...
It's just so funny. He's the one calling Destiny a debate bro, and then he's using personal insults and, like, not talking about the debate. Also, he's doing this thing where he's saying, like, this conversation shouldn't be taken seriously. It should be taken as a joke. And that's kind of, like, something I would say is, like, an Eminem tactic. Like, in a freestyle battle, he would diss himself so that his opponents wouldn't have anything to diss him with. But this is not a rap battle. This is a intellectual debate, a factual debate. At least it should be. So I just think it's funny. He's already trying to, like, take away any responsibility of the conversation so he can kind of leave a little bit of wiggle room. Because he said in his opening statement, this conversation shouldn't be taken seriously. I'm basically a big joke. So I don't think he realizes who he's, like, debating, though. I don't know. I just don't consider Destiny a debate bro. I know, like, a lot of his people who don't like him do, but I don't know. Like, I feel like he usually just sticks to facts. So as much as, like, you can disagree with them, but I just don't see him as one of those people who, like, does typical debate bro tactics, which this guy's opening statement already was.
His charges if he'd played ball with the Trump administration? Was that, like, an unprecedented weaponization of the Department of Justice?
I don't really know if that reporting is accurate. Did Trump offered? Is that an official offer? Did he come out and say we offered him a deal?
So Bovee, the deputy attorney general, wrote a letter saying that they would suspend the charges against Eric Adams without prejudice, meaning they can bring them back after the election season, that they would suspend those charges with Eric Adams if he agreed to listen more to the administration has when it comes to, like, immigration enforcement and stuff.
Yeah, I'd have to look more into that. I don't really care enough.
Yeah, let's assume that actually happened. Would that be a really bad thing?
I would say that it's political, and
can you think of any other president or any other part in human history for the United States of America where an offer like that has ever been done so openly and blatantly before?
Yeah, when Biden pardoned, like, every fucking one of his friends, like, right before he left office. He gave preemptive pardons to Adam Schiff. He gave preemptive pardons to his entire fucking family. So I don't want to hear anything from your side about hooking people up as far as legal favors, or maybe making sure their charges either don't go away or never manifest.
So what was the quid pro quo that was offered for him pardoning people as he leaves office? Can you give me an example of one of these?
Well, we don't know. They were preemptive. Biden basically said, any crimes that happen to you, you'll get away with. So we don't even know.
Have an example then of anything else that's been like the Eric Adams stuff, where somebody's openly told somebody that they were going to temporarily take away their charges as long as they played ball with the administration?
Like, again, I would have to look into that. And
if it did happen, that would be really bad, and you can't think of anything else that's equivalent to that, right?
Yes, I can think of something worse, and I just mentioned it. But
you didn't give me any examples there. You just said he pardoned all his families and Schiff and everybody else.
So you don't think that it was wrong for Biden to pardon his entire family?
Doesn't matter if it was wrong or not. I was asking if it was a quid pro quo setup like Trump tried to do with Eric Adams.
Well, I believe there's no like hard evidence about this, but I believe
the letter that Bovee wrote was public. Right? Okay. If you're talking about the Trump thing, yeah.
Is it illegal? Is it illegal?
I'm not asking if it's illegal or not. I'm asking if you think it was a quid pro quo. If you think that there's any other part in, like, U.S. history where a president
is it illegal to pardon? Right, like.
His DOJ like that before.
I'll secede the argument if, like I said, if I was to look into this and find out that there was a quid pro quo and it was for some political favor, then yeah, it would be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Do you think that targeting, like writing executive orders, calling out specific law firms? Is any other president in U.S.
Fuck. Destiny talks too fast for me to have this on 1.25. Damn it.
History ever done that before? Getting mad at them just because they worked with people that investigated him in the past?
Well, which executive order are you referring to?
I mean, there are numerous ones. I can look them up for you if you want. I mean, there was one calling out like Eli Cohen or
I
whatever.
remember.
There's
Yeah,
one.
I remember that. I remember that Trump was going after law firms that were engaging in what a lot of people believe is, inappropriate behavior, and putting an executive order against all firms so that that behavior is stopped is within his purview.
What was the inappropriate behavior?
Such vague language. Inappropriate behavior. What he means by inappropriate behavior is a law firm trying to go after Trump for something Trump has done that could be illegal. Like, that's inappropriate. I feel like it's more inappropriate for a president to try to prevent that from happening at all, which means he is trying to prevent himself from ever taking accountability for his actions as president, his illegal actions as president, which we've already seen has happened.
Targeting people and targeting Trump, but Trump is using himself as the example. When something bad happens to Trump, he uses it as a baseline to stop it from happening to other people.
And what was the example of the inappropriate behavior?
I don't even know. You didn't even give me the law firms. So I don't, just like you, I don't know the executive order you're talking about.
He's the one who said the inappropriate behavior. He said Misfit Patriot is the one who called what the law firm's actions as inappropriate, and now he's saying he doesn't even know.
Well, I don't know the numbers of them, but the executive orders were focusing on law firms that had just worked with Hillary Clinton or worked with Mueller in the past.
But you're just saying words. You're just like, okay, Trump did this, and I'm like, okay, show me, and I haven't seen it.
Don't you love that argument in a debate? You're just saying words. It's a debate, like. I love that argument. We are 11 minutes into this, and this guy is cooked already. And it's going to get a lot worse.
Okay. I mean, we can read through some if you want. Would you like to do, or?
I mean, it's up to you, man. I'll let you continue with your line of questioning, and then I'll ask some questions of you.
Do you think that Donald Trump's suing like Ann Seltzer in Iowa because he didn't like the results of the poll? Do you think that that's a good use of, I guess, presidential?
Is he suing her? Is he suing her, or is the Department of Justice suing her?
He's suing her personally, but he is the president of the United States.
So presidents can't sue people if they're.
Can you think of a single example in U.S. history where another president has sued somebody while he's in the office of the presidency ever?
Why does there have to be?
Just asking if you can think of one.
No, but it doesn't matter. A person can sue anybody at any time as long as they feel like there is a valid claim. So I don't know. Are you saying that Trump should suspend his rights as an American citizen because he's the president?
I'm saying that the president of the.
This is just funny, and maybe Destiny's about to say this, I don't know, but I just think it's funny how the right, these people, tend to have so much distrust. They have so little trust in the federal government, right? But they don't find it concerning or alarming that the president tries to sue media organizations, law firms, universities, anybody who is criticizing him or opposing him. He just sues them. They don't find that alarming or suspicious at all, but yet they have all this distrust for the federal government, except for when it comes to Trump, the president of the United States. Which I know, like, whatever, January 6th was so long ago, but a major corruption in our voting history occurred, but yet Trump is the one to trust. He's the one suing people who are coming after him. But because they don't like the media, they go along with it. They think that's okay. They like Trump, so they don't care. Like, they automatically don't care about the lawsuits against him or anything he does. It feels like Trump literally has a free pass to do anything, and these people will just eat it up. Because in their mind, it's Trump versus the swamp, the government. They don't realize that Trump is the fucking government, dumbass.
The United States suing pollsters because it doesn't like their polls is really bad.
Are you talking about the poll? Are you talking about the poll that had like a 17-point swing and no other poll had that, where it was like there was
Doesn't
it
matter,
was
right? Any
absolutely
poll, yeah.
ridiculous. Yeah, no, I think that what they engaged in was election interference by posting that poll.
So if there's data that the president doesn't like, he is allowed to sue them. I don't know how to explain this any better. Do we not fear where this kind of power can go when you start quieting people who are opposing the president or quieting data that is opposing the president? This is how we turn into a actual police controlled state. But they don't care because it's Trump's controlled state.
I believe that what they were trying to do was inflate the numbers and drive up, more positivity for Kamala Harris. And
if you think it was election interference, that's what you're doing. Why would Trump do a civil case? Why would he do a criminal case?
Maybe that's the only avenue his lawyers saw fit. I don't know. I'm not on his legal team.
Okay, so that doesn't make any sense. His lawyer stuff. He can just direct the Department of Justice to do an investigation.
Okay. Again, let's go back to this, right? Donald Trump is a United States citizen as well as the president, right? Mm-hmm. And he has the same rights that we.
A rich one, a very, very wealthy one, may I add. So, what do maybe not a lot, but what can wealthy people do to protect themselves from criticism? Often we saw this with OceanGate, right? Rich people will use lawsuits as a threat of, I will drain your wallet before you even come close to getting what you want from me. This is OceanGate is a perfect example. Stockton Rush was going to sue the head engineer that wasn't the head engineer anymore. And he was going to sue him. He knew that he could sue him until he went completely broke. And nothing would be achieved, but he just wouldn't have any money for him and his family anymore. This is like something that rich people have the luxury of doing. But again, they just overlook this shit. I don't understand. Like, you're so distrusting of the government, but all of these red flags that Trump does, they just ignore.
We do. Whereas, so if I felt like somebody had wronged me, right? Like I'm going through a defamation case right now. If I felt like somebody has wronged me, I wouldn't think that my position, as long as I was separating it, I don't think that Trump is using federal government funds to fund his legal case, is he? He's donating his salary, so I don't see how that could be tied to it. I think what he's doing is what every American citizen has the right to do.
Okay, so if Barack Obama was suing Fox News because he doesn't like some of their news coverage, you think that would be fair?
Well, it's a
if
false
he were doing that to his presidency?
If he did, so the reason Donald Trump is suing somebody is because he doesn't like their coverage?
Yes, he doesn't like the poll.
No, so is that what their legal team is arguing? My client doesn't like this poll, so we're suing.
Well, of course, that's not they're going to file and argue. They're arguing that it was a rigged
poll. So
Obama wouldn't say he doesn't like him. He'd say that Fox News is rigging their news coverage or something, right?
Sure. So, when you see the dishonest action that you just did was you tried to say that Donald Trump is suing somebody because he doesn't like a poll. What is the actual
that is why
lawsuit?
He's suing them. The lawsuit is claiming that there is rigging.
Opinion. Yeah. That's your opinion. Your opinion is not valid here.
The reason why I'm saying that's my opinion is because if he really felt like there was an election rigging thing going on, then he would direct the Department of Justice to investigate. He wouldn't be doing a civil lawsuit.
Maybe he's doing both.
He's not.
I mean, maybe he is. Investigations take time. But again, I think
So much. There's just so much. What's the word? Graciousness. So much. There's just so much room for error. Like they give him. God, there's a fucking word for it. Charitability. They're giving him so much charitability. Like, well, maybe he is. We don't know. It's possible. They would never, ever do this shit with Biden. Ever. Let's reverse the roles. Say Biden, all of a sudden hired one of the wealthiest men in the world, who also was the owner of one of the most used social media sites in the world, like Twitter, maybe. And this super wealthy man was working alongside Biden. And Biden was suing any media company, any media companies that were talking against him. He was coming after law firms who were trying to investigate him. They would fucking lose their minds. Like, all of the corruption that they say they are so against, Trump exhibits. He does. Like, this is literally, that literally happened. That's literally what Trump is doing right now. But it's okay, because Trump isn't one of them. He's just a super wealthy guy, grew up with a lot of wealth and power, and so therefore he's not corrupt, though, because he was never a politician, even though he's kind of been involved in politics since like the 80s, so don't know. Oh, on top of that too, when we reverse the roles, Joe Biden not only is friends with one of the wealthiest men who owns one of the most used social media sites, but he also used to be best friends with a known pedophile. They would literally fucking lose their fucking minds. It's so funny.
I think that what we're, just like I said in my opening statement, what you're going to try to do is try to hammer on obscure facts about Donald Trump's character.
So these aren't obscure facts. They're some of the most important things. I link an executive order in the chat if you want to read it. We can go over the one for Paul Weiss. I'm not linking obscure facts. These are important. The problem is that MAGA wins arguments by never going through any of the facts because they don't know any of them.
How is this related to Donald Trump's administration being a success or a failure in the first 6 months?
Because I would argue that rewriting the rules of conduct for how the Department of Justice or how the president himself can act with regards to our legal system is corrosive to democracy in the United States. And he is rewriting it because you admitted, even if it is allowed, no other president in U.S. history has ever filed civil suits while president of the United States against other people.
Setting precedent isn't rewriting something.
What do you think precedent means? Setting precedent definitionally rewrites the rules. You're setting precedent. You're making something.
Rewriting would be getting rid of and starting over. By Trump being the first to do something doesn't mean he's rewriting. It means he's writing. So I don't understand your argument.
Okay, fine. We can say, instead of rewriting, we can say writing new rules, if that makes you feel better.
It's still not new rules. The rules have always
Presidents
been in place.
Typically don't sue people in civil suits while they're president because they understand how corrosive that is to the legal system in the United States.
Yes.
Donald Trump's done a lot of first to be indicted, first to be impeached twice, first to do this.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of it is good. Yeah.
Wow,
I mean, one could argue
what a great record.
The reason why he's got so many firsts is because a lot of the weaponization has actually been going against him. But again, can we get back to the actual topic of the...
I love the lack of responsibility, too. Like, why do you think Donald Trump has so many problems? Why do you think there have been so much pushback and opposition to him? It's, maybe... It's never because what Trump did was wrong. It's never because he's doing something corrupt or wrong or shady. It's always the opposition's fault. It's never Trump's fault. They can never take responsibility. Yet they're the side that was always talking about accountability and shit like that. It's the hypocrisy. just, ugh.
The debate, which
This is the actual topic of the debate, and my topic is I believe he's weaponized the DOJ in a historic way that no one has ever done before, and I think it's corrosive to American democracy.
For this argument about Trump's civil case, do you have any evidence to suggest that him filing a civil suit, which is his right, is a weaponization of the justice system?
The vast majority of the suits that he's filed seem to be weaponization of the legal system. Look at the 2020 election suits. Basically, all of those got completely tossed because they were bogus. I mean, he's engaged in the same behavior in the past. Look at how
Trump won 22 of those cases. They filed over 60.
They filed 64 and they won 1.
Well, they won. I'm sorry. Did I say 22? It is along that 2. I believe they won 2. I believe they won Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
They won a very small one in Pennsylvania. Maybe they won a small inconsequential one in Wisconsin, but the vast majority of them were lost, and none of them were outcome determinative.
Wouldn't you agree that winning a case is setting precedent against that there was, in fact, whether it's small or not, some type of election impropriety?
He didn't engage in the conspiracy that there was a small amount of election fraud. He said that there was a widespread top-down attempt to rig the election against him. He tried to rig it in 2020, but he said that the Democrats did, and he couldn't find that proof. There were a couple ballots he got tossed on procedural things, I think, in Pennsylvania, but nothing to change any of the votes of even any counties.
Sure.
Like wholesale.
So do you have any, like, I'm going to, obviously, I think we should go back and forth, but maybe I can ask you a couple questions so we can, like, you've had ample time to ask me. What do you think? Let's just pick one out of a hat. Do you believe that the 3% GDP growth and inflation being down to 2.1% is a success or a failure for the
I think inflation is going up now. I thought the last number was 2.7. Just as a real quick thing, I guess, but we can move on to this one. We can talk if you want. So you acknowledge then that for all of the civil suits and for the utilization of the DOJ, no president in U.S. history has used it this way. Now, maybe you think it's a good thing, but it's novel. Trump is the first one to weaponize the DOJ and to weaponize civil cases.
And again, if this were to be Biden or Obama or any Democratic president, they would be fucking losing their minds, singing about it, screaming about it to the hilltops for years, probably for years to come.
Like this while in office compared to any other president in U.S. history.
I would have to look it up, but if I will take your word for it. If no other presidents have done it, then that would mean he's the first to do it. I don't think that that's rewriting, abusing, or doing any type of weaponization of the justice system. I think that he's a citizen of this country, and if he feels like he has a lawsuit that he can file against somebody, he can. I don't see how, as long as
it's not only him filing a lawsuit, this is a habit that he has. Like, it's not just like one lawsuit or something. This is a habit that he has. That our president has.
He's doing it civilly, on his own, with his own money and his own lawyers. I can't make that argument. I don't see how anyone can make an argument.
I mean, it's really easy. It's very obvious that the president of the United States suing you in a civil case is putting a ton of pressure on you, and it's probably a really bad thing.
And again,
the president suing you, like when he sues ABC and they're looking at mergers, right, for their parent companies, it's probably not good to have the president individually suing you. He's the one making the final call on whether or not a merger gets approved or not.
Well,
right?
I mean, the Biden administration, I believe, sued. I want to say they sued Newsmax. Was it Newsmax or Fox News? They said the Biden administration had sued news organizations. I think a lot of administrations have sued news organizations.
No, that's not true. No, that never happened. That's just not true. But,
okay, sure. We could. Let's not do the look up everything.
Sure, that's fine.
Thing. We'll
here before we jump off, because we can do next topic next. Like that Fox News settlement on the Dominion thing, that was just a huge lie from top to bottom, from the Trump campaign to Fox News hosts. There's never ever in the left-leaning media been a case even remotely as big as that where everybody was lying about election fraud like that, and the Dominion people, right?
I think that there is an argument to be made that there was fraud and the fraud was not caught. And look, I'm not gonna. I think after 5 years, I'm done with it. So I've moved on. But
yeah, let's just move on from one of the largest attempts of corruption from a president in our voting history. Let's just move on from it 5 years later, even though that same guy is still president now.
Have you moved on? Do you acknowledge that he lost in 2020 then?
I think that there was election interference. Yeah.
Even though no evidence was brought, he lost basically every single suit. Nobody agrees that there was no point. Like Fox admitted they lied about all the Dominion stuff.
Well, actually, the vast majority of those cases were thrown out on standing. So it's not like they actually argued the facts of the cases and put them in front of
Facts of the cases are considered when you're considering standing for a case. It's not the judge's fault that the people were bringing up the fact that they wanted to throw out every single ballot as a result of some minor procedural issue.
Right up the street from me, in the 2020 election, a woman was arrested for having like 5,000 ballots. There was election fraud. For election, I mean, I think that even the Democrats will acknowledge.
Do you think that happens in every election? Do you think every election there's people trying to cheat the election? But is it outcome determinative? That's the real question. And was it like systematic, like through a voting company or whatever, the Dominion voting booths would have been a systematic, widespread voting fraud, which was obviously a lie that was spread purposely by Trump to Fox News, which Tucker Carlson was fired for because it was proven that he knew he was lying about it and still shared it on the news. But let's just forget about that, move on. Even though Biden did something like that, or any Democratic politician, we would never hear the end of it. And you shouldn't stop talking about something like that, especially if that person is still trying to run for president or is the current president, which is the situation we are in right now.
That election fraud does happen. So to dismiss people who have a claim, whether or not it's true or not.
No one is talking about individual claims of election fraud. Donald Trump said there was a top-down plan by the Democratic Party to rig the election. Doesn't seem like that ever materialized anywhere.
I think that a lot of that comes from, the pipes bursting and people pulling out boxes and all that stuff.
Yeah, all of that was fake. They lied about all of that. They lied about all of that.
It was on video. I mean, what about them covering? They were covering up the windows at the polling station.
So like on the pipes bursting and the boxes under the table, it was on video, but they cut the part where the boxes that were pulled out from under the table were just put there under the table from the lady.
You have the truck drivers admitting that they were taking ballots from state to state. There was a lot of stuff.
And why did none of it pan out in court? Notice how you don't know the specifics on any of this. Like I've listened to a lot of these cases.
Because the courts are corrupt. That's why.
I can show you. We can watch the full videos right now in Georgia if you want over those ballot boxes appearing under the table. Like none of this is true. You've just been lied to because you consume conservative media without questioning it.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for telling me how I think. Look, I think that we should move on because relitigating the 2020 election doesn't have anything to do with Trump's success in the first 6 months. So
okay.
I think
you say you'd moved on from it, but you still don't even believe in the results of the election, which I would say is like immediately disqualifying from having any opinion about U.S. politics, but including for the president of the United States. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's focus on Trump's second term since that was the debate proposition.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So again, all right. So we went through the GDP growth and the inflation. Now, how do you feel about the border?
I don't think Destiny ever got a chance to respond to that because
he said inflation's going up, and I
think inflation right now I think is at 2.7%. I think was the last number I saw.
What was the average of inflation during the Biden administration?
I don't know. Probably quite high post-COVID, I would imagine.
So it's gone down then from the Biden administration. Or let's go with 6 months. So what was it in January, and what is it now?
I can look it up.
I mean, that would be the metric to how I would measure a success.
No matter how much Trump messes things up, it's going to be better than post-COVID.
Even if the inflation is lower than it was in January, if it has already been steadily going down from 2020, like it went way up, right, during COVID, and then if it has already been steadily going down since the few years after COVID, I wouldn't attribute that to Trump.
COVID, right? Post-COVID, the entire world was experiencing inflation.
Let's not do post-COVID. Let's do from the first 6 months. When he entered office on January 20th, what was inflation? I mean, I'll look that up right now. If inflation was higher than 2.7% on January 20th, would you agree that means inflation is down?
Well, definitionally so, sure.
Okay. So if inflation is down in his first 6 months, wouldn't you also categorize that as a
So
success?
inflation, I just looked this up. Inflation is down by a very small amount. It used to be 6 months ago was 2.9%.
Sure.
Now it's 2.7%. So
All right, so down is down. So that's
But has it already been coming down since COVID? Which the down trend started during the Biden administration.
I would say that that's a win, right? I mean, and again, we're measuring something that does move up and down, and I mean, I wouldn't say that we can really hold you to that, but that's just one point. GDP hitting 3%, I think, is also up from 6 months ago.
I mean, we had our first quarter was a GDP contraction, which is completely and totally insane given the economy that he inherited. I don't know why we would ever consider GDP growth a success right now when the first quarter was a contraction.
You think that Donald Trump inherited a good economy?
Yes, of course.
How? Why?
What, because inflation had been basically brought down from all the COVID stuff, because we had a ton of major legislative packages in place that was stimulating the economy, things like the CHIPS Act, things that he's trying to take credit for now, things like the Inflation Reduction, the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, which was like a ton of investment in infrastructure, things like the American Rescue Plan, which shored up budgets between every single state and gave them big bailouts. Yeah.
So, all right, here, this is what I have a hard time wrapping my head around the argument that COVID lasted 4 years, right? The effects of COVID lasted 4 years, or even
The entire world shut down, which has never happened in modern history. Like, we've never seen an event like that. We have no idea how the world was going to respond. Like, the fucking 2008 housing crisis took years for the economy to jump back, let alone in an entire global pandemic.
in 3 years. I mean, Biden had inflation at 9%, and I want to say that was in, June of 2019. Oh no, yeah, was it? It might have been. I think it was 19, and I could be wrong, but it was at 9%, somewhere in the middle.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around the timeline. In June of 2019, Biden had inflation.
I want to say it was June of 19. It might have been 20.
Okay.
I'm
you
sorry.
understand that Donald Trump was president for both of those years, right?
I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I'm really an idiot. I swear to God, dude. This is why I shouldn't do shit off of memory. 22, not 19. I think it was 22. I don't know why I was saying 19. But,
I think
June of 2022. If you can want to look that up. I think that was June of 22, not 19. But either way, inflation was at 9% under the Biden administration, and I think it was about basically 2 years after we already reopened the country. So I don't see how COVID is responsible for 9% inflation years after COVID was essentially already dealt with. And
I
then
mean, we shut down the whole global economy, shut down for 6 months. You don't think that? Do you think that all the other countries that were experiencing inflation, do you think all those other countries were because of Biden? Or
God, he's so oblivious.
I don't think that I think that they had a lot of them.
The bunny. I'm trying to give him a little apple treat, and he's like, sorry, distracted. Okay, I'm listening still though.
Had better numbers than we did.
No, the United States came out on top. In 2022, was there another big global event that also might have caused some inflation to happen, especially related to food, related to Ukraine and Russia? Didn't a war start there as well?
Okay, so again, you're saying that Biden gave Donald Trump a good economy while simultaneously saying that during the Biden administration, inflation went up for whatever reason. You can make excuses for it, but Biden
That kind of matters. Like, because if we're blaming, it depends if we're blaming the president, right? So it kind of matters.
gave Trump a good economy after under Biden, the economy was bad.
I don't know if I would say the economy was necessarily bad. We had a lot of inflation, but the inflation was a byproduct of a lot of the government spending and a lot of the stuff that we had to do to keep everything kind of afloat so that people weren't literally losing their homes and on the streets starving during COVID, right?
So then let's blame COVID. But if we
hold on, wait, do you acknowledge that there's a lot of government spending that we needed to do under COVID?
Yeah, I think that we did a lot of government spending under COVID.
Okay, and you acknowledge that, like, for the most part, we came out of COVID pretty decently, right? People weren't all on the street starving to death. Like, everybody had food. Like, people that are doing work from home made out
I
Okay,
think
right.
a lot of the COVID response, a lot of the initial COVID response is the reason for that. Like, Operation Warp Speed and Donald Trump cutting red tape and bureaucracy so that we didn't have the pandemic, blown out way past it when it should have been.
So I think the huge part of that was probably the American Rescue Plan. I think it was a massive stimulus that helped. That was a Biden tier thing. But like this stuff is probably going to contribute to inflation as well as supply chain shocks as well, right? The rest of the world experiences as well, right? How can we say that it was Biden that caused all of the inflation when the rest of the world was also having these issues?
Okay, so here's where my side gets a little hazy with all right. So everything Obama did, Obama gave Trump a good economy. Trump fucked it up for Biden, but then it was actually COVID, and then Biden gave Trump a good economy. You see how like there's never any
Again, this goes back to him trying to talk about the fucking debate bro tactics. This is one of them. Instead of actually addressing the points that Destiny is making, he just goes back to some kind of vague rhetoric that doesn't even make sense to try to make his point because he doesn't actually have one.
any accountability for the things that happen under your administrations. Like the bad things that's happened under your administrations or the previous administration's fault if it's if it's a different person, if it's Trump or if
rather
it's a
than just
Republican.
going off of heuristics, we could like look at factually what actually happened. Was there a massive worldwide financial event that happened right before Obama came into office?
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. You're always going to find it. You're always going to find a reason to blame something else other than your own leadership.
So then what was the massive? What happened?
Which is literally what they do, actually.
What happened before Bush when Bush came into office? What did Clinton mess up?
All I'm saying, let's simplify this. All I'm saying is Trump's numbers go down. You credit.
No. Let's not simplify. Let's talk about the facts. Let's actually talk about like the factual matters of what happened. Right?
Are there any other reasons?
This is what they do. They oversimplify things. They dumb things down to the point where they are retarded. They oversimplify things, like with the global warming crisis. They're talking about it was 40 degrees yesterday, so global warming isn't happening. Like, no, that's not how it fucking works. You can't just simplify things. Like, details fucking matter. Facts fucking matter. But they just, use these vague, oversimplistic, ways of thinking in order to fit their perspective. Because it doesn't fit the real world, which is actually complicated and precise and detailed. Oh, he just did a flap. Thumper, come here. Come here. Don't you want a treat? Come here. Come here. It's right here. Dude, what's wrong with this rabbit? I think he's lazy. Thumper, come here. I just threw it at him.
Reasons why the economy has come down, why inflation has come down over the past 6 months, other than Biden gave Trump a good economy?
Well, no, I don't think that had much to do with it. I think the reason why inflation is down is probably because the Federal Reserve is stuck to their guns and keeping the rates up. Although Trump is trying to undo that and has been desperately trying to undo that as well. He was trying to do it at the end of his last administration. He's trying to undo it now.
Inflation might even come down even lower. Let's
inflation is still above target, right? Target is 2%, and it's still above target, right?
Yeah. All right. So under Donald Trump's
inflation is above target. The Fed is trying to keep inflation down, and Donald Trump wants to undo what the Fed is doing, right? So you acknowledge that, right?
Under Donald Trump's first term, inflation never hit 3%. Right?
Okay.
It never even touched it. Okay?
True. Do you acknowledge Donald Trump was fighting with the Federal Reserve to lower rates under his thing as well? That he also didn't like the high rates then?
I'm just saying, I don't understand. You guys just don't see pattern recognition. Like, you don't understand, Donald Trump's first term, inflation was down pretty much the whole time, right? And then he comes in and inflation starts going down. And you give credit for his whole first term.
No, inflation has been going down since 2022. You think inflation was high and then it just started going down under Trump?
Yeah, it went down from 9%. And you talk about this whole war.
Wait, do you think inflation was at 9% in 2023 and in 2024?
No, I think it was in 2022. Like I said,
yes, and it was coming.
Yeah, so like I said minutes ago, Inflation has already steadily been going down since the Biden administration, even though we had to deal with COVID. So it went up because of COVID and has already steadily been going down. But that decrease, that downward trend started in the Biden administration. So I wouldn't consider that a win for Trump when it was already coming down. It was on a downward trend.
I fucked up the numbers the first time.
That's fine, but it was coming down under Biden in 2023 and in 2024. It continues to come down in 2025, right?
It also went up under Biden. It went up all the way from, I think it was like 1.9 to fucking 9.
Because
right?
of...
So you can
you
can blame that on the Russia-Ukraine war, but the Russia-Ukraine war probably wouldn't have even happened if Trump was in office.
Why?
I mean,
what would Trump have done to stop it?
Because
He's shown that he has zero ability to stop anything.
You know what Putin didn't do under Trump's first term? Invade fucking Ukraine. You know what he did under Biden and Obama? Invade fucking Ukraine.
You understand that in Trump's first term, there were literally active fights happening in Ukraine with Russian troops. That was literally happening in the Donbass under Trump the entire time. Nothing changed.
There's conflict going on over there, but that wasn't a war. That wasn't an invasion.
It literally was an invasion. They had, like, Donetsk and Luhansk have been invaded. There's been a war there for since 2014 that Russia has been funding and sending troops into for. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, let's
notice how when Donald Trump is president now, notice how he hasn't done anything to stop the fighting, despite him saying he'd end the war on day one.
Okay, well, let's go.
That's like a failure, right? That he said he'd end it on day one, and he hasn't gotten any closer to ending it, right?
Well, I think most people took that as hyperbole, and
hyperbole for what? So from day one to day infinity.
Did you guys really think that on January 21st the war was going to be over?
No, none of us thought that Trump was actually going to be able to end the war, but you guys did.
Why would Donald Trump lie?
It's not a lie. It's called hyperbole. It's just inflate. It's Donald Trump does this all.
Okay, what was he hyper? Yes, he
Come
lies.
on, man. Are you going to take that literally? Were you really under the notion that Donald Trump was saying, I'm going to come in on January 20th, and by January 21st, everybody in the world is going to stop fighting? That's retarded, man. Like, don't even.
Okay, wait. Then why was he not being hyperbolic when he was saying Putin wouldn't have started this war if I was president for another 4 years?
Well, because the evidence shows that Putin didn't start fucking wars when he was in office. Putin does not want to go and start a war while Trump has all the cards. But he started a war because Biden was a weak, feckless leader, and Putin knew he could get away with it.
No one else in the world views Trump that way. Everybody knows that Trump is weak and feckless. That's why Putin has continued to bomb. That's why
the 77 million people that voted for him. They think
the rest of the world. Do you remember when Trump was truthing?
Literally, the rest of the world thinks Trump is a joke. They think he's a giant fucking fool.
Out how upset that he was that Putin continued to bomb Ukraine after every time they'd have a talk. Why do you think Trump is truthing that out?
Trump is tough on Putin. But he's also
No, he's not. No, he's not. Trump lets Putin do anything he wants. And Putin knows this.
That he truthed out that he was crying that Putin was still attacking.
Yeah, what about that time where Trump said that he said this in an interview, that he would have conversations with Putin, and then the next day there would be bombs and attacks going off in Ukraine, and Trump was like, what the heck? Putin told me he was gonna stop. Like, you naive fucking child. Literally. That we have a naive fucking child for our president.
Attacking Ukraine after they'd had meetings.
Yeah, but this is what I don't understand, where it's like Trump is a Putin puppet, but he's also critical and tough on Putin.
Misfit.
He's not.
That didn't even respond to anything he said. That wasn't a response.
Don't really argue that anymore. That was like ages ago.
Well, hold on. How has he been tough on Putin?
He just gave, I don't know, I think we're almost at the deadline. He gave Putin 10 days or something like that to come to the table and make a deal. They're sitting.
That was like 3 weeks ago.
Down right now.
How many times has he done this already? Like 5 or 10 times come to the table?
Do you really think that Biden had, how many years did this war go on under Joe Biden?
We're talking about Trump. The debate is about Trump, first of all. Second of all, Biden was actually in support of Ukraine. He was trying to help Ukraine in order to defeat Russia. But Putin clearly did not like our old weapons being sent to Ukraine. Putin did not like our aid being sent to Ukraine at all. That is Biden standing up to Putin 100%. But Trump took that all away and is doing everything Daddy Putin wants.
And he didn't end it. So, I mean, are you saying that wars can just end, like, if the American president says so?
That's what Donald Trump said, didn't he?
No, but I'm saying, like, are you making that argument?
No,
right?
I would never be as stupid to make that argument. But Donald Trump did make that argument, which is why I'm saying it's a failure that he didn't end it. He said he would end Israel-Palestine on day one. He said he would end Ukraine-Russia on day one. He's no closer to ending either one.
So he's negotiated in the conflicts of Azerbaijan and Armenia, though that war ended, right?
Wars start and end. There was like a mini genocide there. So I don't know how that's a pro for him.
Again, right? We don't give Trump credit when he does negotiate a war, but we criticize him that he can't end all wars with a phone call, right? It's like, I mean,
he's the one who said he was going to end it on day one. He didn't. That's a failure.
Again, if you are taking that literally,
I do take my president literally and seriously. Yes, I think you should. Yeah, otherwise, the word of the U.S. president means nothing. Yeah.
So you literally thought that he was saying, "I'm going to end the war on day one."
Yes, that's what he said, and that is what he meant. He said it over and over and over again. Yeah.
I think you're a simpleton if you believe that.
Okay.
Right? Like,
maybe
I think
President Trump shouldn't make those promises then.
I think everyone on the right understood that he meant very quickly.
Oh,
right?
Very quickly? What? So if it's not over by midterms, would you acknowledge that he's failed there? What does very quickly mean?
I think that if it's not over by the midterms, I will agree with you. That is a failure. He should be able to end it by then. But you know what? It's like, this war is very profitable for both sides, and Putin doesn't give a shit about his citizens. He is throwing dead bodies at this thing. Zelensky wants this war to continue because
I don't think either side is profiting from this war. No, I think
it's very detrimental to both sides. The military-industrial complex gets rich and lines.
Ukraine is profiting from this war? Are you brain dead? Actually? What? And Russia isn't doing so hot either. This war is not helping either of them financially. Apparently Russia just tried to have this like new boat, a new destroyer or something. I don't know military boats, but apparently they had this new boat that they worked on and it just sank. Like, no, this is not a good thing for either nation.
The pockets of both sides, and don't even
the military-industrial complex is a small part of the economy, depending upon which countries.
If anything, it might make us rich. I mean, I don't think this particular war is, because I don't think we're selling our weapons to either side. Even though I think we are selling our weapons to Ukraine now, or maybe it's NATO. Yeah, we're selling our weapons to NATO now, so we might be profiting off of it now.
Talking about, I don't think you think that Ukraine is better off economically than they were before the war.
I'm talking about corruption, right? There is an incentive for war. It is why they happen. A lot, except for the one in Israel, which is a spiritual war, which is like a holy war. Most wars, they continue this long because somebody's making money. And if you can't acknowledge
the wars haven't even been going on for that long. If you're going by the invasion point as a starting point, it's been a few years.
Okay, so you're agreeing that 6 months is not that long of a time to try and end a war.
I'm not the one who claimed I would end it on day one.
Again, hyperbole, but okay.
I feel like
let's move on. I
want to get back to guys. I want to get back to economics because I feel like that hasn't been fleshed out. So Misfit, you did make a point that inflation went a bit down in the last 6 months, which is true.
Yeah.
Also, jobs did go down. So in December, there was 250K jobs created. It's still in July, I believe it was 70K. So you both have like a little bit of different metrics. So I want to see you guys discuss that.
Let's talk about jobs, okay? And thank you for helping us move on from that because it was getting ridiculous. The U.S. has gained 10,000 manufacturing jobs in Trump's first full month in office, right? After losing an average of 9,000 manufacturing jobs per month in the final year of the Biden administration. The creation of 670.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. I am starving, though. I should have ate before I started the stream, but I already started really late. So let me grab some food. I'll be right back. I'll be like 2 minutes. Thumper, are you coming over here now? Can you see him? His sweatpants are gray. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. You see him? Ah, fuck. He was so close. He was right on the castle. Oh well. Alright, whatever. I'm back. Sorry. Alright, my hermit crabs needed some help. Alright, while I'm eating, I'm gonna little screen me. Alright, let's start this.
1,000 new jobs, which is attributed to extending the TCJA and making sure that all those jobs weren't gonna be lost. There's I'm just looking through my little notes here, but I think that with those two, just with those two alone, right? Would you say that Trump has successfully created more jobs in the first 6 months than Biden? I guess because that's the comparison.
Almost certainly not, but that's not really a fair comparison for you. You're always going to lose there because coming out of the
COVID. COVID.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's always Biden's going to slaughter Trump on any job related stuff.
Well,
But
then
when
that
it comes to
wouldn't be attributed to Biden. Okay, well, so
yeah,
would you
wouldn't do that.
say
But wait,
that
you recognize I'm being fair there, right? Because I'm saying that inflation was high as a result of COVID. So I'm not going to say that that's Biden's fault, but I would also say massive growths in jobs after the recovery. I'm not going to say oh my God, he created tens of millions of jobs. That's also recovery from the recession. So I'm being fair on both sides of that, right? I'm not just trying to claim victory on one and not the other, like you just tried to do by saying that we can't give him credit for the job stuff, but we can blame him for the inflation, right?
Would you say creating 671,000 new jobs through a mixture of tariffs, GDP, and the TCJA is a success or a failure?
I don't think that any of those three things create more jobs in the United States. So.
The economic impact from the extensions, the tariffs, and the numbers are real. So the 671,000 new jobs that have been created, which most economists are contributing to those three factors, right? Would you say
how do tariffs create jobs? Can you explain that to me?
Well, they've brought in about $100 billion in revenue. So
that's just a tax on American manufacturers. Yeah, I understand that.
It's not a tax. There is no a tariff is not a tax.
Tariff is an import tax, right?
It's not a tax on the American, right? An American doesn't pay a tariff. You're saying
who pays a tariff?
You're saying that it trickles down to the American because
no, I'm not saying it trickles down. I'm saying literally, it's an import tax.
He said manufacturers. He said American manufacturers are paying this import tax.
That's a tariff. What's there a tariff and an import tax?
Hold on. You're saying that the American citizen gets a tariff tax, right? Like it says tariff tax, or are you saying that we pay?
Yeah, if you've ever imported something before, it's on the bill as an import tax. It's literally legitimately what it is. Yes.
I'm talking about consumers. I'm talking about the
consumer might not necessarily see import taxes on shipping things in, but it'll be the manufacturer. It'll be the American manufacturer that sees it. Yeah.
American manufacturing companies would have to pay a tariff. Yes, I agree there. So we were talking about two different things. On the average American,
that's literally what he said.
We're not paying the tariffs, so we're not paying taxes on those. But a lot of people make this false claim, it's a tax that's rolled over onto the consumer. That's what I thought you were referring to.
American manufacturers are still Americans, right?
Yes, the manufacturing companies, if they want to continue to do business, but they also don't have to pay the taxes if they just don't do business there. They can do business other places.
That's fine, but you said that. I'm just saying that when we say that we've made $100 billion in tariff or whatever, that's just a tax increase on local businesses. That's all that is.
And I'm just quoting from which source is this? I believe this is from I think this is from The Hill, I believe.
Are you talking about Trump's first or second term, just to clarify?
First term. The TCJA, I think this is from The Hill. The TCJA extension and tariffs contribute to reported economic growth. Then they cite 3% GDP, 671,000 jobs through tariffs. Though they do say tariffs do risk higher consumer prices. So that's why I was getting confused, because I was conflating what you were saying with what my notes are saying.
So the Trump tax cuts might lead to some more economic activity. You'd expect it to, right? It's just it's a ton of deficit spending by the government. So that's, of course, going to lead to greater economic activity. But the tariffs are a tax on imports. So that's just money that American citizens are paying to the government.
Yeah, only if they continue to do business with people that are ripping off America. They can also not pay that tax.
They could, but they paid $100 billion of it, according to
Well,
you. That's an import tax, yes.
But they're choosing to pay that tax.
That's fine. Sure, that's great that they're choosing. I'm just saying it is a tax. It's an import tax, yes.
Yeah. So it's not like when the federal government forces you to pay taxes on something, like they just raise your taxes, right? It's like that's where I think that there's a lot of confusion. Maybe not with you and me, with a lot of people. That
what do you mean? They're choosing. I mean, you could just choose to work less. You wouldn't have to pay as much in income taxes, no?
Sure, exactly.
Good point.
Yeah, no. It's definitely going to hurt companies that want to do business with countries that are taking advantage of us.
With any countries that we import anything from, right?
If those countries are, like,
How is a country selling us something taking advantage of us? I don't understand that. It's just a stupid point. So every country that we export to, we're taking advantage of. I don't know why, if we have the money to purchase something that we're going to use for our own American companies, how is that another country taking advantage of us? This is all just talking points that they hear repeated from Trump, and they accept as truth. It was one of those. These tacos were good. A little spicy. Whew. I may have to get some water. Let me get my water now. Hold on. I'm so sorry. 1 second. Dumpy. I wish I could pick him up. Whew. Okay.
China and other countries who let's use the leftist.
It's every country around the world, isn't it? Right now we have global
countries who are not paying their fair share, right, are being.
What is their fair share? What is this fucking talking point that they have? A trade deficit does not mean we're getting ripped off. Just because we buy more from a country than they buy from us does not mean they're fucking ripping us off. Why would we have, like, an exact 50-50 import-export with every single country? That's retarded.
Punished.
That doesn't make any. Paying their fair share for what? For exporting stuff to us?
Yeah, I mean, well, they've been taking advantage of us and charging us these ridiculous.
You keep saying they're taking advantage of us. Can you explain how?
Tariffs. All Trump
they
has
haven't
done
been charging us tariffs. That's not true. That's not where any of those came from.
All Trump has done with his tariff plan is go reciprocal, and
he hasn't though. But that's just
most
of it's not even reciprocal.
How does that make? That doesn't make sense. It's like in the UK.
Most of it's not reciprocal, as in they don't have tariffs on us.
There are countries we had trade like surpluses with, and we still put tariffs on them. So how do you explain that as being a reciprocal tariff?
He did the same thing to Israel too, because he's just going across the board. Right?
So across the board.
So do you see how retarded that is?
They're not. So they're not reciprocal. These are just none of
Okay.
these tariffs are reciprocal, right?
The tariffs which are estimated to have brought in.
Hold on, wait. Let's see if we can agree on this one point. None of these tariffs are reciprocal, right? You can choose a single country if you want. We can look it up. There's none of these countries had tariffs on us that were reciprocating what we are putting on them now. None of these. Not a single one was.
Sorry, my hair was
I would
still a
have
little
to.
wet.
I mean, he's got
Some
30 to
version, yeah.
54% on China, Canada 35%, Mexico 25%, and the EU 15%. And between those four, we're generating 90 to 150 billion dollars in revenue.
And import
That
taxes,
didn't
yes.
answer
yeah.
the question.
So,
But Mexico
we're-
didn't have tariffs on us, right? We don't have reciprocal tariffs on. We just put tariffs on them. They didn't have tariffs on us before, right?
So this, I actually said when I was making that statement, they're not really reciprocal.
Oh, okay. They're just tariffs.
So you said they're reciprocal because they aren't paying their fair share. So Trump put reciprocal tariffs that aren't actually reciprocal in most cases. Like, what is this guy even saying? He's not making any sense. This is literal rambling. Rabble, 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 rabble.
I literally said, I go, he's doing reciprocal, which are not reciprocal. I said it before you interrupted. So no, they're not reciprocal in the sense of the word.
Do you acknowledge that Trump lied when he called them reciprocal, or is that more hyperbole then?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know why he called them reciprocal. It's not a good move.
Sure. So he lied about that. That's okay though.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Sure.
Okay.
Trump lied about the word reciprocal, and he did not apply it reciprocally. So that is a lie from Donald Trump. Bad Trump. But
when he said he could get 90 deals in 90 days, that also seems to be not true. Right?
Would you agree? Would you agree that the revenue, the 90 to 150 billion dollars in revenue that we're generating just from these four countries, is a benefit which would offset, hopefully offset some of the costs that these companies are paying, because it will incentivize them to work in America, and B, bringing money back into our country would hopefully increase production, and trickle down economics would take effect.
No.
Okay, so you disagree. So tariffs aren't a good thing, even though they've brought in over $100 billion.
Why do you keep saying that just because they brought in $100 billion, they're good? Like, we could just raise taxes and bring in $100 billion. Would you say that's good?
Oh, that's
well,
a good
raising
point
taxes
too.
is forcing people to pay something. Donald Trump is giving people a choice. If you want to work with these countries, cool. You can pay those taxes,
yeah, like
because
he
those
said
countries are
earlier.
being taxed. Trump is taxing.
If you don't want to pay taxes, just don't work as much and you'll pay less taxes.
The people who are doing business with those countries. That is a choice that they are making.
Sure, but there's no way for a lot of these companies to even do business in the United States. Like, this manufacturing doesn't even exist in the U.S. You have to buy from other countries.
Okay, well, speaking of manufacturing, I have one right here where, oh, great, I lost it. I believe with manufacturing, one second, apologies. I just gave too many bullet points, and that's why.
Last night, my boyfriend was showing me the all this like military equipment that we have, right? Like the B-52 stealth bomber and shit. That's like, it can fuck with other countries' radar to make them like on their radar system or whatever. It shows that there's like a target, or it will show that there's 5 targets that aren't actually there, and they can't fuck with ours, we can only fuck with theirs. And I'm like, why is it that America is the one that has all this innovation with all these like military contracts or contracting companies that we have, like Lockheed Martin and Boeing and, you know, whatever? Why is it that like we have all this innovation? Is it because we spend so much money on the military? Is it because of our education? And I just thought it was interesting. Like, these people want to go back to, they like want to turn us into China. So they would rather us manufacture all the parts that we sell to other countries that turn the materials into actually something innovative, which is what America is right now. But for some reason, they want us to go backwards instead of focusing on like the actual cool advanced jobs that advances technology and our society. We want to be manufacturing coal and fucking mining and selling raw material. Like, I understand we can do some more of that. Like, for sure, we should be doing some more of that, like with the like steel and whatever, like the big ones that are for our country's safety primarily. But other than that, that's why you tariff certain industries that need to be brought back to America. But that's not what Trump is doing. That's not what Trump ever planned to do. Trump has no idea what the fuck he's doing, which is why he's doing his plan. And people are just backing it up because it's Trump saying it. It's like so insane to me. I just think it's cool that, you know, we bring all the smartest people from around the world to here to work for us, to innovate for us. But we're not doing that anymore either because nobody wants to come here anymore. I just don't see that as a win for America. I understand, like, keeping out of other countries' shit. Sometimes, like, we meddle too much with other countries, especially, like, their elections and stuff. But who do we want controlling the South China Sea? China or us? Like, I'm sorry, but I would rather us be the boss there. I would rather us be the world leaders. I'm not gonna lie. And I think, yes, we have done wrong in many instances, but again, instead of just like getting rid of all that, why don't we just work towards being better? Instead of just completely regressing and like just stepping off of the world stage as world leader, why don't we just try to improve ourselves? We're trying to prevent war in the South China Sea, right? We're trying to keep Russia from invading Ukraine, or at least we should be. That's my opinion. And yeah, we should be USA first, but if the world is doing good, we're going to be doing good. So I think there's a healthy balance, but I don't think a completely crazy isolationist, like, oh, okay, let's just let everybody else handle their shit. Even though we spent so much money developing this crazy military technology that can literally protect everybody if we wanted to. Yeah, I just don't know why we would let that go to waste or not assume that position as world leader anymore. Because I feel like that's how we would be the safest.
I probably shouldn't. I want to say it was, yeah. So, I already said, yeah, 10,000 manufacturing jobs, $285 million investment in U.S. electrical product manufacturing. Which
for manufacturing, like we've lost manufacturing jobs steadily since Trump has been in office, right? They've just been going down.
In the first 6 months, because the jobs are the manufacturing. It takes 6 months to just put the infrastructure together.
Well, no, it takes like 10 years. So,
well, I'm saying it would take like if you wanted to build a plant in America, if you wanted to move your country, and I mean, we already have, what was it? Was it GE? I think it was GE is bringing their factories here, and there's a couple other companies are bringing their factories here, and they're going to start now building in America again.
Great. So get rid of the Department of Education so that poor kids can't go to college. So then they can just become factory workers instead. So instead of having kids go to college and follow a higher education path, we'll just have them become factory workers and miners. Like, I just don't like that vision for us.
are you saying that it's a bad thing that these companies are now they're now bringing their jobs back to America? You think it's like,
first of all, our unemployment is already low in America, so I don't know who's going to work
Yeah,
these jobs. Number
that
one.
too.
Number two, a lot of these companies are moving stuff here. We're doing it because of the CHIPS Act under Biden, not because of these crazy tariffs from Trump.
That too.
And number three,
Good
if you really
point.
want big capex, if you want investment in the United States, you need some stable way to do it.
The CHIPS Act, which Trump said was a terrible fucking bill that he got rid of immediately, and he fought against when Biden was originally proposing it. He said it was a stupid ass bill, whatever. He hated it, even though it did exactly what it needed to, which was bring chip manufacturing to America, which is a specific targeted industry that needs to be manufactured here, not tariffing the entire world for no fucking reason like an idiot.
And tariffs that are unilaterally issued from the president's office with no trade deals, no involvement from Congress is the worst way to do it. People are just waiting basically for Trump to welch on all of them, like he keeps doing over and over again. I think he just did it today again with China, or for the next president to come in and just get rid of all of them.
so you're just making another assumption?
Wait. What assumption do you think I just made? That was an unfair assumption.
You say Trump is just going to welch.
Has he not over and over again delayed the massive tariffs? Are you saying that that's not true?
So,
That's a simple yes or no question. Has he delayed?
I love how that's the one sentence he focused on out of that entire statement.
Putting on the big tariffs on China multiple times so far?
Yes, as a negotiation tactic. Again, so like
wait, why'd you just say I made an unfair assumption?
No,
when he's done it multiple times.
Yeah, but you're calling it welching as opposed to what I think a lot of people on my side think and acknowledge, which is it's a negotiation tactic.
Oh
I understand you guys acknowledge that and think that, but it's with no foundation. Trump has negotiated nothing in his 5 years as being president of the United States, right?
Trump is known as the great negotiator. Every single person. So all of these,
what is one thing that Trump?
Stop! Shut up! Stop! Literally, again, this is just something that they fucking repeat all the time. That is not self-evident at all, and they just repeat it so much they spoke it to truth. When it's not true, they have no evidence to support this claim, and they just repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. What has he negotiated? Literally what? Atlantic City is a shithole, okay? I'm in Philly. I go to AC. It's the worst shore town out of all of them. That was Trump's plan. That was Trump's negotiating. Good job, buddy. That's just a personal example. He's gone bankrupt 6 times or more. And I know, I guess like that is a thing for millionaires. I don't know. That's what I always get back from Republicans when I bring up that point. It's like, oh, all millionaires go bankrupt all the time. Like, do they though? I don't know. That one I don't know, so I can't say, but it doesn't look good to me. The 90 deals in 90 days, we have 0 deals, and it's been, what, 180 days? 190 days maybe? So like what deals?
Negotiated for America in the 5 years he spent as president. A single good deal.
Well, he negotiated a bunch of hostage releases. That actually helped.
He said he would get all of them. They still have some there. So he hasn't even gotten all the hostages from Hamas.
If Trump isn't perfect, then failure.
It's not about perfect. You said he was the great negotiator. I'm saying
you're saying he's the great negotiator. He's known by everybody as the great negotiator.
in 5 years, what has Trump negotiated?
You hold Trump to the standard of perfection, right?
You're the one calling him the great fucking negotiator, not us. Oh my god. Thumper, help me. Help, please. Dude.
Right, where if like he can't say hyperbole, he can't say anything that can be even misinterpreted.
He needs to be honest.
Oh, no.
He needs to not lie.
I mean, like, again, see, lying and hyperbole. It's like
poor Trump. Oh my god, he has so many criticisms on him. He can't be perfect. He can't make mistakes. It's like, dude, he has zero accountability, literally.
You're basically saying that he has to
be truthful, yes.
Every single time he speaks, if you can contextualize it in a negative way, you will. right? So
I'm just asking what deals Trump has negotiated for America. If he's such a great negotiator,
this is actually an important point, because this is the way.
It's fucking not. What's actually important is to tell us what deals he actually negotiated, considering you called him the great fucking negotiator. And now you're going off on some stupid fucking tangent about, oh, poor Trump. We criticize him too much. Maybe because he's our fucking goddamn president who hasn't delivered on shit, but yet half the country is fucking brainwashed by him for no reason.
The method of thinking on your side, right? When Trump says, I'm going to end the war on day one, his supporters do not think that he is going to end the war on day one, because we have common sense and deductive reasoning. And we go,
nobody said that before he came into office, just to be clear.
He's being hyperbolic, obviously. There is no way within 24 hours of moving into the White House he's going to end the war in Ukraine.
I mean, he literally was taking credit for ending the Israeli-Gaza war because of Witkoff going and talking to them prior to him stepping into office. He said he ended it before day zero, and that ceasefire fell apart. So, but maybe he was just being hyperbolic in all of these things, or you just don't know about any of it because you're only watching conservative news.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, right now we know, we have common sense. We know that Trump said, yes, he said, I'm going to end it on day one.
They have common sense, guys.
I think that most of us thought, and still think, he meant he's going to start the negotiations and get to the process of ending it. Right,
but he hasn't started negotiations on either of these things, right? He's not any closer.
He literally just met with Putin. He said that he was gonna.
Yeah, for like the 10th time. Are we any closer to figuring anything out there?
How many times did Biden meet with Putin?
Not at all, but because he's smart enough to know that Putin isn't somebody to be negotiated with on the.
So Biden didn't negotiate at all. That's your boy. He didn't negotiate at all, and you think that's a good thing, and you think it's a
No, he tried to fight against him.
Bad thing that Trump is negotiating too much.
Trump hasn't negotiated at all. He's being a weak man.
What do you mean?
As in, he keeps going there, making these public capitulations, and then he blows up on Truth Social the day later when Putin starts bombing Ukraine again. It makes him look like a loser.
Yeah, Putin's a cunt. But I mean,
no, Trump is a loser. Everybody knows that Putin is a cunt, but Trump is being a little boy. He's being a loser. He's being dog walked by Putin over and over again, right?
So Biden wasn't dog walked by Putin.
Absolutely not. Putin hated Biden because Biden was a huge thorn in his side because he got the whole world to support Ukraine initially in the fight against Russia.
So Putin's been continuously killing thousands of people every week. And that's dog walking Biden. Biden didn't even try to negotiate at all. Just let
because Biden
happen.
knew that you can't negotiate against Russia like that. You just bring them to the table by
you throw $250 billion at their adversary, which does absolutely fucking nothing to end the war. The war's still going on.
You don't think it helped them at all? You think that Ukraine would be in the same position now if they had no support or funding from the United States or the rest of Europe?
I'm saying that if you negotiate before
no. You said that it didn't help at all. Did it help or did it not help?
Well, the war is still going on, so it didn't help.
If the war had ended a year ago with Russia winning completely.
What a fucking retarded fucking standard. Well, the war is still going on, so clearly it didn't help. Literally, you're a fucking child. The war Russia could be so much further into Ukraine. Russia could have killed this many times more of Ukraine soldiers if we didn't help in the beginning of Biden's presidency with Ukraine. Like, how do you not fucking comprehend that?
Completely. Would that be preferential? And that would be preferential to the state of affairs now?
No, but the war would be over, correct?
But the war ending isn't necessarily a good thing if it ends with Russia winning completely.
Biden's solution to ending the war was throwing money at one side.
It was allowing Ukraine to fight against Russia because you don't want Russia to invade countries and steal their territory.
So our tax dollars, right, which were continuously sent over without our permission, right, to a war in another country, was not negotiated on at all. So first step.
It was literally part of congressional legislation. What are you talking about? We had to do this border bill and hold it up for all this other stuff so it was voted on by Congress. I don't know what you mean by that.
Voted on by Congress. What I'm saying, I mean, that's not what I didn't vote for Congress to.
Well, guess what? I didn't vote for the Department of Education to be taken away. I didn't vote for these fucking insane asylums to be built for random people to be sent to without due process. I didn't vote for any of that. That's how the fucking federal government fucking works, dipshit.
Send my money to another
country. Welcome to a representative democracy where you have members in Congress who vote for things. Yeah,
I understand. And I didn't bitch about it too hard, right? I mean, maybe a little bit. But what I'm saying is...
Sure, you didn't. Even though you still are.
First step to ending a war is throwing my money at it before you even try to negotiate, you're fucking up, and that's not
What?
that's
How
not
could you? What would you have?
Someone kidnaps your daughter or your son. Someone kidnaps your kid. And before you go in there, you have a team of people that can rescue them. And you're like, first, before we do that, let me try to talk to them first. With people who you know cannot be negotiated with. I mean, maybe that's a bad example. But in a war, like, no. Putin's not going to be negotiated with. Clearly, because he hasn't been negotiated with, and Biden knew this.
Negotiated with Putin after he invades.
Oh my God! You just said Trump is negotiating with Putin, right?
No, he's not. He has nothing to negotiate. He goes and he has meetings when he gets nothing done, and then he comes back and then he truths out some stuff because he's mad because Putin keeps bombing them.
So that's diplomacy. That Trump is doing diplomacy.
Diplomacy is when you talk to the enemy and get nothing done, and he keeps doing the exact same thing he was doing before, and then you get mad at him.
How do you know he's getting nothing done? How do you know each of these meetings aren't getting us one step closer to ending the war and stopping 7,000 civilian soldiers, people, human beings from dying every week?
Because if it was getting something done, Trump wouldn't be raging out on social media after Putin keeps bombing things afterwards. Nothing's happening. We can just look at the map.
Once again, you think if Donald Trump is going to a meeting and he doesn't, on the first try, get Putin to say, okay, you win, then that's not a negotiation.
What about the 5th try or the 10th try? How many tries does he get?
Well, like I said, he's only been in his office 6 months, and you just said that's not even 3 years is not a long time.
True, but Trump said he would end it on day 1, so I just didn't know what he meant by that.
Again,
I guess I should have.
You can keep going back.
I know it's really hard when you quote what the president himself says. It makes it really hard to defend him. I understand.
I've already explained it to you like a fucking child, and you keep doing it. It's like
how many Republicans? I'm curious. If we were to bet $50, how many Republicans in the media were saying Trump is being hyperbolic right now before Trump get into office? How many people were saying he's being hyperbolic?
This is what I said.
Zero. The answer is zero.
This is what I said in my opening statement. You were going to revert to talking points because
I'm not giving you talking points.
Donald Trump said he would end it on day 1. Donald Trump said he would end it on day 1.
That's me quoting the president of the United States. You think that's a talking point?
Yeah. No actual critical thinker that's watching this debate is thinking that you're arguing in good faith on that. They think that you are weaponizing and taking out of context words. It's what you are doing.
So when Scott Adams, huge Trump supporter, was saying this online, that Trump could end the war in 24 hours, that he was being hyperbolic, that he didn't think that actually happened. When Jack Posobiec, who I think is like working now in government positions, when he's saying, quote, I will work with Ukraine and Russia to end the war in 24 hours, as the Bible says, blessed are the peace. Do you think he was being hyperbolic? Or when Benny Johnson here is saying, I want everybody to stop dying, Russians, Ukrainians, and I'll have that done in 24 hours, and everyone's clapping. All these people, I can find you more tweets about all these conservative commentators were all being hyperbolic?
No, they're retarded. Benny Johnson, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, whatever, is retarded. They are clickbait clout chasers on the right.
Who's one that wasn't retarded? Give me one that wasn't retarded. Just one conservative commentator who's not retarded.
These people are doing this for clicks. They are sensationalists,
sure,
right?
So give me one who's not.
And they have all the exact same points and views as you do. So what does that say about you?
So they're going to take what Donald Trump said and sensationalize it, just like you're doing.
No, they're just quoting him verbatim. They're quoting him verbatim. No, now, that might be sensationalizing it for you, but they're just quoting him verbatim.
No, you are both doing the same thing. You are taking hyperbole, putting it into literal terms, and sensationalizing it to paint your own narrative, like for your own reasons.
Sure. Right? And my narrative is just like Donald Trump's own words.
Oh my God. It's
wait. I just want to know what's one conservative that we trust. What's one conservative that was saying beforehand, well, he's just being hyperbolic? What's a single conservative that we think was saying that? Anybody in the news on the conservative side we trust? Or
do you think I have a database of everything everybody said in throughout time in here? I don't know.
Well, apparently you have a database to know that Benny Johnson and Jack Posobiec are all like clowns. So I'm just curious, which one conservative commentator that you trust?
They are.
Sure, who's one you trust?
There's conservative commentators. Dan Bongino does a great job of covering things pretty fairly. And I don't think that he ever said Donald Trump would end the war in 24 hours. But if he did, then he was wrong.
Okay.
So
All right, let's redirect because we've spent a lot of time arguing about whether hyperbole or how seriously you should take Trump.
Correct. I
I do
agree.
think it's very important that we cover ICE and everything related to immigration. But
I was actually, yeah.
But first, let's make sure that we've covered everything economically. I want to give you guys both a chance to make any more economic arguments that you have.
Okay, so again, my argument is that the addition of 671,000 jobs, the 3% GDP growth, and I know you guys are saying 2.7, but I believe the number in July, which was just like last week, was 2.1. But I'll concede the 2.7, right? I think that those are successes. And I think anyone who says that they are not successes is being intellectually dishonest, because it is a massive number of job creation in 6 months. And I believe that those numbers, the other two numbers, are going in the right directions.
Weren't the job creation thing so bad that Donald Trump had to fire the labor secretary for the Bureau of Labor Statistics?
The Bureau of Labor's what because they were inflating the numbers or something like that?
Because when the numbers got revised downwards, Donald Trump accused them of cooking the books, and so he fired his.
They revised, because the revisions that they kept on doing were inaccurate. So yeah, if you
how could he possibly know they were inaccurate?
I don't know. He fired them for not doing their job. Like if you
keep on comment that he just.
I don't know. He just thought that they were inaccurate.
Fired them because he just didn't like what they were saying.
Or, hear me out. I know this is a crazy concept. He fired them because they were putting out inaccurate numbers that they had to keep.
This is his government. How is he supposed to know if not trusting the people in his cabinet?
So he hires people, right? Then they don't do their job, and he fires.
How does he know they didn't do the job?
Yeah,
because they had to keep revising them. What are we talking?
Numbers
about?
are revised all the time. That's how it works.
Yeah, but he doesn't want that. He wants it to be more accurate.
That's not how it works. That's not how you collect these numbers.
Well, under the Biden administration, the numbers always had to be revised in the direction that was making.
Numbers are revised up and down all the time. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. Okay. Can we?
I'm just asking. How can he possibly know if the numbers are right or wrong if he's not trusting his own data people?
We're going to be here all night if we spend 30 minutes on one topic. So.
Well, I do want to cover economics because it's really important. So let's let this play out a little bit longer.
Okay.
I'm just curious. How can Donald Trump, if he doesn't trust his own government to tell him the right numbers, how could he possibly know what the right numbers are?
I believe the reasons that Trump gave for firing the head of the Labor Bureau of Statistics was because of the numbers that they were putting out were factually inaccurate.
Yeah, but I'm asking, how can he know they were factually inaccurate?
You would have to ask him.
Okay, that's okay. All right.
What do you mean? Like
he has a guy. This is my job numbers guy, and then the job numbers guy gives him job numbers. He goes, I don't think those are real, and he fires him. I'm asking you, how can he know what the job numbers are if he fires his job numbers guy?
Is there like another source maybe where he's?
No, there's not. He fired him because he wasn't happy with it. He just wanted them to be hired. That's it. That's the obvious answer. It's so obvious, and that's why this guy's twisting himself into a pretzel to try to figure out.
Okay, so he fires people when he thinks they're not doing their job, right?
He fires people when he's not getting the answer that he wants from them.
Fine, fair. That's your opinion, but okay, that's his right. He's the fucking president. I don't care.
Okay, that's fine, but then be honest about it. He fired because he didn't like the numbers. I didn't think that wrong.
I didn't elect the chair of the fucking labor statistics. I elected Donald Trump. If Donald Trump wants to hire a cabinet member and fire a cabinet member every week for the next 4 years
for doing their job, and he just doesn't like the results. Not that they're doing their job wrong, just the results of them doing their job right, he doesn't like. You don't have a problem with that? You should.
I'm okay with it as long as, in total, the country is doing well.
Sure, you shouldn't be okay with that because that shows a massive inability to lead. If you're having to fire and rehire for the same position every week, it shows you're a failure of a leader.
You know how many people I run a business? Do you?
Yes.
Okay. How many people have you fired?
I don't know. I don't know. 10, 20. It depends on what has to fire or not.
I fired in about 10 years, right? I fired probably 60 or 70 people, right? So, because I get these guys, I work construction, right? I get a guy, he works out great for a couple of weeks, and then he starts showing up late.
We're not talking about that. You're talking about you firing and rehiring like the COO of your company.
What I'm saying is, I don't need a reason, right? And neither does Trump. If I don't think you're doing your job, you're fine.
This is, again, I brought up OceanGate earlier, too. Fucking Stockton Rush was a narcissist. He hired and fired over and over and over again his top engineers. That is shady. If your engineers are not staying with you and you have to fire them all the time because, and this was for the exact same reason, actually, they would bring to him problems and he didn't like what he saw. It wasn't that they were doing their jobs wrong. He wanted them to ignore the problems that they were bringing to him. And he was like, wow, you found a problem? Well, I don't give a fuck about it. And an engineer's job is to literally fix engineer problems. But Stockton Rush didn't want to listen. So he would just fire them and hire a new person that would just say whatever and overlook those things so that they could continue on with their fucking shoddy ass submersible. So this is like Donald Trump and Stockton Rush have a lot in common. Suing people that come after them in order just to drain their wallets, and just firing people who don't go along with what they say, even though these people are doing their jobs.
Fired.
Okay,
Right?
well, let's pose
If
the
you're having
question
to
like this.
fire and rehire like high level positions over and over and over again, you're probably doing something bad there. You probably, my guess is
Let's
you have the
pose-
most ability on
let's
these
pose
positions.
the question like this to both of you. I think
Trump
this
has
is
just real quick to wrap this up. Trump has a high standard, right? As do I, right? Trump has a high standard. If you don't meet it, you're fired. He literally had a whole entire fucking show where
It's actually a
theme was,
lower
"You're fired."
standard.
Trump is doing Trump, and I don't understand why people think that's a bad thing. I want my president to have ridiculously high standards.
If you had ridiculously high standards, you wouldn't hire incompetent people in the first place. You had to fire.
Biden hired incompetent people that he
We're not
never
talking about
fired.
Biden right now. We're talking about Trump right now. If you're hiring and firing people constantly and you want to talk about competence, it seems like half the people's hiring are from Fox News. You had the massive signal chat leak from Hegseth. That was an embarrassment. You had a second signal chat leak that was insane. Bongino said we were going to get Epstein files. Bondi gave the whole Epstein files part 1 and nothing came from that. Like, what do you mean? These are not the most competent people ever. This is insane.
So did Pete Hegseth leak the chat?
No, but he was part of it. It was his department.
But Pete Hegseth didn't leak the chat.
No, it was somebody underneath him.
So how does that make Pete Hegseth incompetent?
You said you have a business, right?
Yeah.
If somebody on a construction site fucks up hardcore, do you talk to the guy individually or do you talk to the supervisor?
Yeah, the staffer who leaked the chat was immediately fired, and then his superior resigned. So they're gone. So
Do you think the fact that Pete Hegseth was in signal chats?
he was in a chat?
He was in signal chats. Yeah, you're not supposed to be conducting government business there.
I think they did. They said that there was no impropriety to have the signal.
Do you think
chat.
talking about an upcoming attack on Yemen that was like scheduled for 12 hours from now, you don't think that was an improper thing to be having in an unsecured chat?
I mean, it was signal. It was. I probably wouldn't, but
I'm not asking what you would do. I'm saying, is this not improper? You can't even admit to this. It's crazy.
No. They already. If they're in a signal chat and they're sharing information, which a signal is encrypted, I believe.
So
right?
it doesn't matter. Obviously, bad people can get in there, as we saw.
And well, bad people didn't get in there.
They literally did. The head author of the Atlantic was in that chat.
Yeah, the staffer let the author in, so it wasn't like it was hacked. They literally opened the door.
Yeah, but part of the reason, this is what we know of right now. Who knows who's gotten into other signal chats? We have no idea, right? This is just the one where you happen to invite the head editor of the Atlantic or whatever.
Yeah, okay.
Probably shouldn't be doing. That's probably a bad thing, right? That they're conducting official government business in signal chats. Probably not good, right? Can we admit at least that that's not good?
Again,
no.
doing exactly what I said.
I know, bringing up facts.
No
is like really
accountability. Zero accountability ever. Trump can do no wrong.
to your worldview.
You just pivot when you can't make an argument. Like I said, we have the job numbers, we have GDP, we have inflation, all go down. You pivot to signal chat because you can't make your arguments based off of what we're actually talking
let's go back to the job.
So just to be clear, I wasn't pivoting at all. I was just bringing up the fact that you can't hire and fire people constantly to show competency over the job. And you pointed out the job numbers. I said he fired the job numbers person, and then you challenged me saying it's okay to fire people constantly for their competency. And I'm saying, well, here's an example of being incompetent, like Pete Hegseth, who was part of a signal chat that he should have been a part of, and he didn't get fired. So clearly that's not the case.
Wait, let me go back to
whether or not he likes what they're telling him.
Let me go back to the jobs number for a second, right? So if the jobs person, the dude that got fired, assuming that he's telling the truth, then I think it was 250K jobs gained in December and only 73K jobs gained in July, which is still positive job growth, but it has declined a lot. If those numbers are accurate, what would be your response to that, Misfit?
If the numbers did come out accurately?
Yeah, assuming what the jobs guy said is true, then what would be your response to that?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
So in December there was 250K new jobs, right? In July there was about 70K new jobs, right? So the number of job growth has significantly gone down, right? Still positive, but it went down. So assuming that those numbers are accurate, what would be your retort to that?
Well, weren't the numbers making Trump look good as they were estimated, and then they were revised down, which would make him look bad, right?
I'm just talking about the final numbers.
Yeah, Trump. I think that's the reason Trump gave. He goes, I don't want you to pump up my numbers and inflate them and make me look good, right? I want you to be more accurate. And again, I don't know this for a fact. I think based off of his track record of hiring and firing many people through both administrations, I think that he has a high standard, and that's a good enough reason for me to fire somebody. So I just don't understand why we like, again, doing exactly what I said you'd do. Pivot. Just talk about what I'm actually talking about. Are the numbers that are accurate?
The job numbers are bad right now.
The job numbers
are bad.
Adding 671.
That's not what the job numbers are. They were revised and they're bad. That's why he fired the lady. They're bad.
Oh my God. These are the updated numbers. The jobs that have been created are 671 1,000 jobs since January. Those
Those
are
are
the
before.
revised.
Those are before the revised numbers. No.
No, the revised numbers were higher, I believe.
So you're saying the last jobs report didn't undershoot where they were expecting them to be?
I don't believe so, unless I'm reading this wrong. But this is from WhiteHouse.gov, and it's also from.
You're reading Trump's own assessment of his own jobs numbers. He's saying they're good? No way.
And NBC News. Look here.
So when we look
560,000 since
job
January,
numbers
I think
like
this is
that,
undershooting what he wanted them to be. They're not like, I think it averages out to like less than 100,000 a month, which is less than what he's looking for.
Okay, so the jobs that have been created, not a success. Got it. What would be good? What would be a good, accurate, like what would you consider a success under these?
Well, I mean, like the fact that all of the growth is happening in healthcare and crypto or whatever seems to be a little bit spooky.
Okay, don't pivot. What do you just answer the question? What number do you think would be?
It's not just about a number. It's also the sectors where the job growth happens.
Okay, what? No. So
like an average upward trend in job growth, like widely and robustly across the economy, would probably be good. Seeing a whole bunch of job growth concentrated in like a singular area, I think it was overrepresented, I think, in healthcare, is a little bit scary.
So the majority of the jobs numbers under Biden, and this isn't whataboutism, were government jobs, right? The majority of the new jobs under Trump's first 6 months are private sector jobs, right?
I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure our amount of government jobs has stayed pretty steady for the past like 30 years.
I think it's more than half our private sector, I want to say. But assuming that's true, that would be a good thing, right? That would be more everyday average people instead of just more government jobs.
I don't even know if government jobs are necessarily.
First of all, government jobs are run by everyday average Americans. I don't know why we separate. I understand maybe like top politicians maybe, but like people who work in the government, the majority of them are average everyday Americans.
Bad. I mean, it depends on what job you're talking about.
I mean, well, your side wants more government, my side wants less. So I think that would actually be accurate. You
No, you don't.
Do you think all government jobs are bad jobs?
I think we should have smaller government. That's
not an answer. So we should fire everyone in the DoD.
I didn't say that, but if you let me finish, I think we should have a government so fucking small that we don't even know it exists, right? Our government.
So we shouldn't have a military. We shouldn't have an IRS. We shouldn't have national security. We shouldn't have police for our police. The feds. Like, what are you talking about?
It should be like state and federal government jobs, right? We should not even have thousands a month. We should have tens.
So we're gonna have state militaries?
Because that's how small I want my government, my federal government.
No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. What's going on with all the fucking deportations right now? What's going on with all the my god, this is so fucking retarded.
And that's just me. That's just my opinion. A lot of people agree with me. I want limited government, very limited, so fucking limited that it barely makes a difference on my life. The federal government should have one job, and that should be protect.
It literally does make a very small difference on your life. Local elections make the biggest difference in your life.
Our borders, right, and just making sure that we're safe.
So then how bad do you feel that Donald Trump massively has failed in cutting the debt and the deficit? That the Big Beautiful Bill just added more and more to the debt and deficit?
The Big Beautiful Bill is not perfect. I've criticized it. I didn't say
it's not perfect. He failed massively in curbing the debt and the deficit, right? You agree with that? They failed there.
Yeah, that it's estimated that that's not going to. But there is also the hopefully, and I know that that's crazy. If we bring in more jobs, more manufacturing, and create a booming economy through energy independence and all of Trump's other policies, it will offset the debt that he didn't come down on. I'm not happy about it, so we're going to agree there. So you don't have.
Well, we don't agree though. You're saying you're not happy about it. I'm saying it's a massive failure. It's a complete total epic failure.
I don't think it's massive. I think that what you do, and obviously you will. It's not. I'm not really knocking you for this. It's your political biases. You hyperfixate.
I'm not hyperfixating. Doge said they would cut $2 trillion. It ended up being $9 billion. I don't know in what world that's not a massive failure.
Doge was a massive failure, and I mean, so Doge, yes, correct. I was excited about Doge, and it fell short. right?
Okay.
So
And Donald Trump said that he would cut the debt and cut the deficit.
and where's Elon now, right? Like, so it's not like Trump is still saying like, yeah, Doge is awesome. He barely mentions it. You're not.
It was kind of embarrassing, given that he hyped up Doge so much and hired Elon to be his personal little puppet in the White House. Like, doesn't that bode poorly for Donald Trump's skills in hiring good people?
Well, I think it's rich, considering that a lot of people on your side, I'm not sure if you were also saying this, you were like that Elon is the real president and Elon is controlling Donald Trump, and now you're saying that Donald Trump got rid of Elon, kind of proving yourselves wrong. I think Trump hyped up Doge the same way because I think Elon hyped him
Literally has nothing to do with Destiny said or what they're talking about.
up. And I think that Elon sold it to Trump. Trump sold it to America, and that Elon is the one who fell short. And now Trump got rid of Elon.
So the great
in the straw man version of
negotiator,
me, I'm saying that Elon is
the great negotiator fell for Elon Musk.
controlling Trump. I've never said that, I don't think. But in your world,
didn't
Elon was actually controlling Trump. Elon actually misled Trump on what Doge could do, and then Trump hired him as a result of that.
I think hyping someone up and controlling them are two completely different things.
That's literally, it's called manipulating through flattery. That's literally what that is.
Yeah, I wouldn't say, sure, Elon manipulated Trump, but I, again, don't think that that's the same thing as controlling. I think that Trump's juggling a lot of places. I mean, every president does, except for Biden. I think he only juggled naps. But I think that
Biden was more successful in every single conceivable metric than Donald Trump's done so far.
Yeah.
We'll continue to
You mean the auto pen was more successful?
Have you ever seen a video of Biden having an executive order brought to him to sign that he doesn't know what it is? Whereas on every single one that Trump has signed, people are bringing it to him and explaining what the EO is. Have you ever seen that happen with Biden?
How many days did Biden take vacations out of his whole presidency? Was it 40-something%?
You think that Biden has taken more vacation days than Donald Trump has?
Absolutely. I will guarantee you that's true. Look it up right now.
I'll look it up. But then back to the question: you've seen people bring executive orders to Trump and then explain them to Trump, right? You've seen that, right?
Yeah. Well, he does that live.
Don't you think that's kind of weird that he's not writing them and that he's the one who's getting them brought to him and explained by other people? Isn't that kind of weird?
No, I think you're being a little sassy right now, but you know how it works. Trump hires people to write the executive orders. They summarize them to him. He reviews them and hopefully reads the majority of them.
If you had proof that Biden was hiring people to write executive orders for him, don't you think that would be scandalous in and of itself?
Let me finish.
Okay.
I think that Trump reviews the executive orders. He puts together a collaboration, a team, right? His administration, and he then signs them, in which he signed them like live on TV. I think Trump has signed almost every executive order, most of them.
Yeah, as they're explained to him by other people.
But they're explained to him based off of his agenda that he put together with his cabinet. He delegates.
I mean, you think that?
Yeah,
but
hold on. But what I'm saying is,
But for Biden, no, we don't have this charitability.
I don't think Biden put together anything.
Yeah,
that's great. But you have no proof of that. You can't prove any of that.
Yeah.
Right?
Other than the fact that he was pretty much asleep the whole time. No.
I mean, you can say that, but you can't prove that either. So
where's-
I linked the
where's
thing
the
on.
proof
You can
of
look
that?
for known totals of
Literally,
vacation days.
Where's the proof of that too? Again, this is just another fucking thing that's repeated all the fucking time for no reason, just because Joe Biden is a couple years older than Donald Trump and probably in a little bit worse shape, maybe, honestly.
Wait, you're giving me Wikipedia?
Is there a different source you would prefer?
Yeah, hold on.
I looked it up on
It says
ChatGPT.
for Donald Trump's
Look it up
first
on
term, he took
ChatGPT. What did ChatGPT
378 vacation days, and Joe Biden took 183 to 184. So Trump took about twice as many vacation days as Biden did.
Hold on. There's 1,460 days in administration. So you just said 184. That's bullshit. What does ChatGPT say?
Yeah. So the Republican National Congress claimed that Biden took 577 days. However, Snopes investigated and they found that he took somewhere between 183 and 184 vacation days, which accounts to about 12.5% of his term. During Donald Trump's first term, he took 380 days, which accounts to about 26%.
Right, Biden. All right. So the Republican National Committee and reported by other various sources, and
They were reporting what the RNC was saying.
Hold on. Biden spent 577 days out of his 163-day term. So that's 39%. Okay. Now I don't know what Snopes did on their fact checking.
They do like. Are you familiar with Snopes?
Yeah,
They probably think it's liberal propaganda.
But the
RNC, the Republican National Committee, or whatever, that's not Republican propaganda, but Snopes is liberal propaganda.
Well, what are the findings? What is the evidence that the Republicans gave? Like, I'm sure that the way they do their tallies is they say, okay, Biden took a vacation day, this, and this day, and you add them all up to 577.
I'm sure of it. I'm sure that's how it has to be, right? I'm sure that's how they did it. This guy is a fucking retard.
You think there's a 577 to 183 disparity between the two sides. So even if it's somewhere in the middle, Biden took a fuck ton of vacation days.
Even if it was somewhere in the middle, it would still be less than Trump. But I mean, we can just read what Snopes says. A claim popularized by the Republican National Committee that former U.S. President Joe Biden spent 40% of his presidency on vacation stretched the truth. The RNC treated partial days outside the White House as full days on vacation, made outright errors in its calculations, and included locations that are not always used as vacation settings in its analysis.
So you do the same thing for Trump. A partial day outside of the White House would probably be attributed to a vacation day for Trump too.
Probably be.
So I think that they use the same metrics as you would for Trump.
If they're using the same metrics, then those days wouldn't count for Trump.
Yeah, but when they use the same metrics for both, Trump took twice as many vacation days as Joe Biden.
No, you're taking the good number from one. Let's not do this.
This was you wanted to go here, and now we're here. You don't like the facts. I know you hate the facts. Are like
no. If that's your argument, I know if we spend more time on this, I will win. But I'm just saying, do we want to spend more time on this?
I do. Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. Fine.
Let's do like 5 minutes on this, and then let's go to ICE.
Okay. Let's go to the Republican National Committee and see what they said. So you said that they included partial days outside. So he did take 577 vacation days, but you're saying some of them weren't real vacation days.
No, I'm saying that it sounds like they treated any time he was traveling anywhere, like to another country to meet with foreign leaders or whatever. It sounds like they were treating those as vacation days.
Yeah, and that's like I said, that's the same exact thing.
No, the majority of Trump's were just spent as golfing properties. Like if anybody watches
where he was working.
I don't believe he was working at in the first term. No.
So you think that Biden can work when he's outside of the White House, but Trump never worked when he was outside the White House. Again, you applied two different standards. You applied two different standards to two different presidents.
There's a significant difference between traveling to another country to go to their embassy or to go to a thing to give a speech versus Donald Trump going to a golfing property and just golfing. Yes.
But he wasn't just golfing. Trump was on the phone negotiating. Trump, golf only takes like 3-4 hours.
Well, that probably depends on how much you play or how many holes or rounds or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah. So Trump would golf for a few hours, and he's the fucking president. So I'm assuming that when he's at his golf course, he's got his staffers with him, and they're coming up to him.
But Biden doesn't.
And going like, "Hey, Mr. President, this thing just happened." So again, he's literally working, but he's also golfing.
Okay, show me that.
He's literally working, but he's also golfing. The fucking shareability is insane with these people.
But this has already been.
If Biden was golfing, they would count that as a vacation day.
Been reported on.
I'm not saying this anywhere. Where's it been reported on?
They have. I think that there was. I think that he just called. Oh shit! Was it? What was the conflict? He just called the president, and I think it was.
India, Pakistan?
No, it wasn't India, Pakistan. It was the one that just happened. Though. It was like a 9-day war where like 30 something people died. And he called the world leader from the golf course, and he said, if you don't cut the shit, like I'm gonna get upset. And this is just reported like 2 weeks ago. Trump called the world leader to negotiate the end to a conflict from the golf course. So this is a very recent event.
You understand, like your claim is unfalsifiable, right? You're giving me an example of one phone call that he made. How can I even debate this? Every factual source we can find shows that you're wrong. But you're saying what about the phone calls that he's making that we can't prove or verify or anything? Give me some metric or some analysis or somebody that's done something.
You said Trump is only golfing. I just gave you a real time, a very recent example of him working while golfing. Which is
maybe not all of his golf things are. Maybe he does work on some of his golf things. I don't think he works on the majority of them though.
Okay, so you lied.
Lied about what?
You lied and you said all of it. You see what you said
what?
He only golfs. And now I
said the majority. First of all, the majority of his vacation days aren't even. It's not all golfing, right? I think that they count like 180 days golfing. His total vacation days were like 378 vacation days.
Well, just a few minutes ago, you said Trump's vacation days he's just golfing, and then a few minutes later you go, all right, fine.
Okay, show me an analysis. Then show me an analysis of total vacation days.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're applying the metric,
show me that.
If you're applying the metric to Biden taking partial vacation days, but you make the claim based off of just your assumption,
none of these are my claims. These are Snopes going through the RNC's claims.
No. You're giving benefit of doubt to Biden, saying the vacation days where he wasn't in the White House and when he was traveling, where he wasn't actually working in the White House, they counted those as vacation days. And I said they did the same thing to Trump, but Trump was working on those days. So I'm saying they applied the same metric to measure vacation.
You're just pulling that out of your ass, though. Destiny is reading a Snopes report.
Vacation days for both presidents, and that's how they got the number 577. That's how you get, if you use the same metric for both, you get the big number for both. Why is this?
You're saying that. I understand you're saying that, but you haven't done this analysis yourself. You're just baselessly asserting it.
Yeah,
you're only basing
literally.
it off of Snopes, which has had to.
That is a fact checking. That's a fact checking org. Yeah, that's what I'm basing it off of. Do you think that you individually are more reliable than Snopes?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, can you give me some article?
This is the guy. This is the same guy who thought individual schools bought pencil sharpeners from the Department of Education, the federal Department of Education, that basketball courts and pencil sharpeners come from the Department of Education. It's budget. This is that guy. But he knows more than Snopes.
You're not going to trust Washington Post either, I guess. So what's a news source that I could link that you would trust?
So, Snopes retract 54 stories and suspended fact-checking sites co-founder over plagiarism accusations. That is 2021.
Who are you reading this from? Who are you sourcing this from?
Plagiarism?
This is from BuzzFeed News.
Do you trust BuzzFeed News? If I was to link you a BuzzFeed News post, would you trust that? Or are you only trusting BuzzFeed News right now because they're contradicting? They're saying that Snopes might have had to retract some stories.
How about the AP? Is the AP good enough?
I like the AP. I'm guessing you probably wouldn't most of the time.
This is from the AP. Prominent fact checker Snopes apologizes for plagiarism, right?
So does any of that wrong on every single thing they've posted?
New York Post, Snopes co-founder banned for plagiarizing, right? So I'm saying, and then there's, this is tweaked.
Wait, I just want to be clear. So if they have been caught like plagiarizing a story, or if they've retracted 51 or whatever stories, that means we don't trust anything they publish? Then who do we trust on this issue then?
So you're saying that a publication that has to retract 60 stories should be trusted?
How many stories did they publish?
Well, what do you mean? Like I'm saying...
Hold on, wait. If they'd only published 100 stories and they retracted 61, do you agree that that's a lot worse than if they published like 1,000 stories and retracted 61, or 10,000 stories, right? So isn't that kind of important to know?
I think it's also important to know the co-founder had to make a public apology for plagiarism. That's a big one.
Plagiarism doesn't necessarily mean that they are lying about anything.
Plagiarism doesn't really have to do with whether it's true or not.
Well, really relevant to what we're talking about, right?
The person who founded this site is a plagiarist, right? That goes.
Okay, and Fox News settled the largest defamation lawsuit of all corporate history, propagating a lie that Donald Trump himself and his campaign was propagating for the 2020 election around the Dominion election machines. If you want to play like who's the bigger liar, the Republican side loses 100%.
Here's why your whataboutism bullshit tactic won't work. Fox News is fake news, so I am not going to.
They were propagating stories from Trump and his campaign.
Fox News lies.
Fox News is fake news? All your points are literally Fox News fucking points. So
you were
about Trump. It was Trump's lies, though. The Dominion lawsuit was Trump's lies.
This isn't a gotcha. No, it's Fox News' lies.
Wait, so Trump and Sidney Powell and Giuliani weren't all saying the Dominion Venezuelan voting machines weren't rigging the election? That didn't originate with Trump and his campaign?
They offered their opinion. Fox News reported on it and took it too far and made.
No, they just copied what they said. No, Trump literally calls into Fox News like every other day. Trump's daughter-in-law works at Fox News now.
We're blaming Fox News for the Dominion voter machines now, not Donald Trump. Nope, it's Fox that did that. They made it up. They're the ones who made up the story. Dude, come on. Zero accountability.
Now, this is a lying organization?
Fox News made their own assertions, which is why they were sued.
They didn't. They just copied it from Trump's campaign. But I just want to be clear. So Jean Pirro, or whatever, she's like the DC prosecutor now. She's from Fox News. Hegseth, the head of our DOD, he's from Fox News. Donald Trump's daughter-in-law, she now works at Fox News. Donald Trump himself calls into Fox News. All of these Fox News hosts that are having like positions in the government now, this is a horrible organization. Donald Trump is hiring from it and working with it. And you're trusting Donald Trump's judgment here?
No, I said that Fox News lies. Like they have lied. It's mainstream media. The CNN lies.
It's mainstream media, dude. Obviously, they fucking lie. Because it's mainstream and not from alternative YouTubers who only have the truth.
Fox News lies. MSNBC lies.
So who do you trust?
None of them. Dude,
how do you get information about anything?
I have to literally look at a bunch of different...
From what sources? Are sources considered mainstream media? What are sources considered?
Sources, and then come to my own conclusion. It's this wild concept where I don't just blindly trust mainstream media.
Walk me through, how can you go to a bunch of different sources if all of them are lying?
So I think there was a recent poll, 70% of Americans do not trust the media. And you're surprised that I don't trust the media?
Oh my god, wow, that's so crazy, bro. Fucking...
I'm asking you, how do you ascertain the truthfulness of any claim if you think that all of them are lying? Why would reading a bunch of lies help you figure out the truth if it's all lies?
Common sense, critical thinking, and deductive reasoning.
Give me an example of how you...
Common sense, critical thinking, deductive reasoning. Pencil sharpeners come from the federal Department of Education's budget, y'all. This is the logic, deductive reasoning, dude. Can't.
No, this is really important. This is literally the most important thing. This is the most important thing. How can you common sense and critical thinking to ascertain a lie from a mainstream media publication? How can you common sense your way through the lies that they tell?
Well, so they don't literally lie every single time they open their mouths.
How do you
not
know?
Everybody at
How do you know which ones are lies?
Fox News does lie, but the organization.
These people put themselves in a fucking matrix. They don't even know what's real anymore. The only things that they think are real are things that fit to their agenda. That's what they're living in, this fucking matrix. They're actually so fucking blue-pilled because they think everything is real around them when it's not.
Has a track record of reporting lies. So I don't trust the organization. Some of the people that work there, I would say, are more credible.
What about Donald Trump, who has a major track record of lying and corruption? You trust him, though.
Than others, which is why.
So who do you believe in Fox that's more credible? What are some of these people?
You know what? Ironically, I'm not just saying this because Trump hired him, but I think Pete Hegseth was an honest actor. I think Will Cain is a very honest reporter.
Why?
There's not many, honestly, that
What makes you trust them specifically?
I really I don't even watch it anymore because I got tired of how it's just the same shit over and over again. You know, when Fox News, when a white girl goes missing or a prisoner escapes, Fox News covers it for like 3 days straight. I want to hear other stories that are going on in the world, so I don't even watch it anymore. So, but I think it's funny how you're saying you do trust the media because this is a 70-30 issue in the country, and you're part of the 30.
So you're saying that I should just follow whatever the popularity and the opinion polls are?
No, I'm saying what you should do is you should look at a story that's being reported. Okay, here's
This guy's gonna tell Destiny how to do research now. Okay.
what I do. I actually do. This is the whole premise of my podcast is called The Daily Breakdown. I literally take news articles from all of these sites and I go, that's probably bullshit. That's probably bullshit. And then I give critical thinking and I do research.
Critical thinking. Pencil sharpeners come from the Department of Education budget. Critical thinking. Yeah, I trust your breakdowns, bro.
And I give my own opinions based on that research onto what the actual truth might be. I don't make assertions of fact unless I can prove it. I don't say anything as an assertion of fact.
Sure. Then show us right here. Let's do it with the election thing then. Or not the election thing. Let's do it with the vacation time thing. Show me how you break it down.
Okay, we already just did this, so let's not do it again. But to summarize,
we didn't do this though. No, we didn't do this.
We did. You just didn't like the way that I answered.
No, you just didn't do any research. You just like gave me some opinions, right? You know, I research better than you, right? Like I have more media savvy than you. I'm a better critical thinker than you. I'm a better researcher than you. I know more facts about all of these things than you do. So I don't know why you're talking to me like this is you're enlightening me somehow. Yeah.
How do you know you're better than me?
Because I just listened to your thought process on how you pick things out here, and you have all the classic markings of somebody that falls prey to his own biases when evaluating media.
Yeah.
I literally just said I don't trust the media, and you said that I fall prey to my own biases.
You said that you don't trust the media minutes after you told me that the reason why you know the Snopes.
I don't trust the media because 70% of the country doesn't trust the media because Donald Trump told me not to trust the media, and this is something that's been repeated over and over and over again in the media. Fuck you.
Article is fake is because BuzzFeed News said something and the AP said something, which I'm guessing are two media publications you don't trust. But you're actually displaying a perfect example of somebody who lacks media savvy, which is you are selectively critical. You believe sources when they tell you what you want to hear, and then you disbelieve them when they tell you what you don't want to hear.
No, what I said is I take all of it. Now, giving one example of a BuzzFeed in real time to just point out the claim that there is a story where the co-founder, and I looked at 3 of them in a row where the co-founder apologizes for plagiarism, and I asked you, what source would you like? And you said the AP. The AP is good.
Plagiarism has nothing to do with being wrong. What if he was plagiarizing a dictionary?
It goes to credibility. But again, right?
The Fox News Dominion lawsuit doesn't go to credibility?
Hold on, I do want to go to ICE. I think we need to cover this. It's an important part of this first 6 months. Okay. So let's go to ICE. Trump's immigration policy in general. Where do you guys stand on this?
I think it's a huge success. Now, I honestly don't know how you're going to do this, but I'm sure you're going to try. But I'll just give my key facts, my key points. Actually, I won't even go through facts. I'll let you do that. But the border crossings are down 90.
I started late. I'm a night owl.
6%. We had I think we had a day or a week where there wasn't one single crossing across the border, right? And I hope you're in agreement, but I think that's a success. I think that's a good thing. And here's why. Every time the border numbers are down, sex trafficking is down. Fentanyl is down, right? The raping of children and women that make the trek to America is down. And seeing the number go 96% down is 90.
I hate how Republicans do this too. Like, especially the ones who are talking about all the fucking immigrants in Britain, and they're like, oh my god, all these Islam people are raping women. Since when did Republicans care about sexual assault? Women have been complaining about sexual assault being overlooked for decades, if not longer. And then all of a sudden they care because a specific group of people are doing it to women. And now they care? No, they don't care. They're just using it for their fucking agenda. And they're doing it too with the immigrants in America.
96% less sex trafficking that would have come through that corridor. 96% less fentanyl that would have come through that corridor. 96% less women and children who are raped on the journey to America through that corridor. So the numbers aren't even calculable, but my brother died of a fentanyl overdose, and I know what the crisis of fentanyl really is. Another, and I know this isn't related, but just real quick, forcing Mexico and Canada to address the fentanyl crisis, which is kind of related, is also very important to me. I think that's a huge success. I think that's a huge problem. But as far as ICE arresting illegals, getting them out of the country, deporting them, SCOTUS ruling in favor of Donald Trump that he has the authority to do so, I think every illegal immigrant that is not in this country who is breaking the law is also another potential crime that could take place, and that's down. So all in all, I just think it's amazing and it's down.
One follow-up question before we go to Destiny. What's your stance on legal immigrants being also arrested?
If I understand that there have been some mistakes, and I don't think that I can defend them, so I won't. Mistakes happen. I hope that the administration has as few mistakes as possible and corrects them, which I have seen them do. And I think that it's kind of baked into the cake, and I don't like it, but I also don't think that you can halt all of these operations, which are,
again, so much charitability. But when it's on our side, everything has to be absolutely perfect, or they shut it down, or they want to get rid of it. There's no fixing it. There's no working on it, trying to make it better, trying to make improvements. It's just shut it down, take it away.
Are again a massive success, because if you look at it as what I just said, 96% less sex trafficking, 96% less fentanyl, and you say, but what happens if they arrest one or two people by accident and then they figure it out and they let them go? They definitely inconvenienced these people. They definitely, those people should definitely be able to sue the federal government, and I hope they win. But those mistakes have been made, and I think that they are few. So you can harp on them, but I'm not going to try to say that they were a good thing. So yeah.
All right, let's let Destiny respond.
Yeah, I mean, there's no fentanyl crisis at the Canadian-U.S. border. I think Trump obviously just said that because he wanted to control the borders of both North and South more. The executive order, he has shut down a lot of the entrance into the southern border, which I guess is good. It'd be nice if there's some legislation there, so it would be a little bit more sticky than just the president being able to come in and add and remove, whatever arbitrary caps he wants to set on the border. I don't know if that helps much with fentanyl. I mean, according to the CBP's own website, over 90% of the fentanyl that comes into the United States seems to be coming from like U.S. citizens or U.S. vehicles that are driving it through. So I don't know if a reduction in illegal immigration actually reduces the amount of illegal fentanyl coming into the country. But yeah, I mean, Trump can have his win on the border by shutting it down.
Lots of it comes through shipping ports too. So
Executive action. It'd be nice if we actually had more legislation to deal with the actual immigration problems for real. But if all we can do is EOs because he's an effective leader, then all we can do is EOs. And then I think that his weaponization of ICE and everything in the United States is making Americans like hate probably everything having to do with immigration enforcement more than would be necessary. But again, Donald Trump is an ineffective leader who can't seem to make agreements or deals or work with anybody in Congress or any of the governors that aren't already in his pocket. So
were you against the sweeping EOs that Biden signed on his first 100 days in office?
Which ones?
All of them. He signed, I think there was over 51 in the first month.
I would need an example of an EO that I disagree with.
No, I'm saying you just said that if Trump wants to rule through executive order, I guess. But I would
so the reason why I said that is because typically the border itself is in the purview of Congress to pass legislation when it comes to figuring out what the immigration policy should be. Donald Trump is declaring national emergencies to get around using Congress. That's why I'm opposed to him using it. I'm not just opposed to an EO blanket. I'm opposed to ones that I think are illegal.
Okay.
Where do you guys stand on, for example, let's take a look at DICOT. We have lots of cases of nonviolent, some legal immigrants, some illegal immigrants. We're talking about nonviolent people who haven't committed a crime being sent to DICOT, which is essentially known as you go in, you never come out type of place. I watched a documentary on that place, and it is honestly fucking scary. You get 1 hour of exercise per week. You are not allowed to talk. You can't. You have to kind of sit down in the fetal position. There's 80 people in one cell. It is honestly a fucking nightmare. Like, take the worst prison in America, and it doesn't even come close, right? What is your guys' take on, people who are not even from El Salvador being sent to El Salvador? That's prison specifically, especially the ones who didn't commit a crime.
First of all, I think the Supreme Court ruled with Trump that he can send illegal immigrants wherever he wants. And as to my answer to that is, I think that every person in this country who is here illegally knows they're here illegally, and they know the law. And I think that Trump has gone above and beyond to give them an opportunity not to be sent to that horrible place, where he said, I will pay you upwards of $1,000 a day, or sorry, $1,000 a person, to self-deport and leave. And over 1 million people have already done so. The people who haven't, they know they are breaking the law, and they know that that's a place that they can go if they get caught. If I
It's not that simple. Like, for $1,000, some people have their whole families here, their entire lives here. For $1,000,
move to Italy, if I go to Italy on vacation and I just think I like it better there, right? And
that's not the same situation. People aren't coming here on vacation and then just staying. They're escaping. They're trying to give their families a better life.
I just don't leave. I don't leave, and I get a fake social security card, whatever they got over there. I start a business, and I contribute to their economy, and I don't hurt anybody, and I don't break any laws. But then 20 years later, they catch me. I'm an illegal immigrant over there. I decided to do something. I broke the law, and I should have to pay for it. So yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't feel bad for them at all. They know they're breaking the law. They know they're criminals.
Okay, Destiny?
What's the question?
What are your thoughts on the fact that, for example, a lot of people are being sent to
No,
DACA?
I think it's super unhinged. I don't know why the fuck we have to pay another country to take people away from us. If we want to deport people, deport them. I just think it's mega
A lot
cringe.
of people won't. The problem is a lot of other countries won't. So Donald Trump's hand was forced, where he has to work out this situation with El Salvador, where El Salvador's like, yeah, send them.
Just to be clear, the president of the United States of America is unable to force other countries to take people that he's deporting. The United States of America.
He's tried, and a lot of them have said no.
I thought this was the master deal maker, the master negotiator. Can't figure out how to deport people from the country?
Again, if you hold him to the ridiculously high standard of being perfect, then you can say that Donald Trump has not perfectly forced every other world leader to take back the people that they intentionally sent to this country. A lot of like Venezuela and a lot of,
or it's just that Donald Trump is lying, which I think is more historically accurate.
What is he lying about?
That he doesn't have the ability to send people to whatever country he wants or get back people. Remember how he said over and over again that he couldn't get people back from he couldn't get Abrego Garcia back, and then magically when the Supreme Court said he had to, he did instantly.
Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 member from El Salvador, and he was sent to El
That's literally not the point at all.
Salvador.
Yeah, and now he's brought back from El Salvador after Trump said he couldn't
Just
get
to
him back.
clarify, there's absolutely no evidence that he was MS-13.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm just saying that Trump said he couldn't get him back, and he came back.
Other than the two courts that identified him as an MS-13 member, the MS-13 tattoo on his knuckles, and yes, it is an MS-13 tattoo. And his
do you think that it actually says MS-13 on his fingers?
There's a marijuana leaf.
I've read the conservative propaganda. That's not.
He has a weed tattoo, guys. Oh my god, he's part of a gang. Weed tattoo.
It's not propaganda. It's a literal MS-13 tattoo. It's what they do. It's literally it's symbolism. M stands for marijuana. 1 smiley, and then the 3 is the 3 holes.
Does he? There's no way that M stands for fucking marijuana. There's no fucking way. No. Is that true? The M in MS-13 stands for marijuana? That sounds like complete bullshit to me.
In the skull. Anyway, as far as people like Abrego Garcia, right? He was sent back because Congress, the Democrats, made a huge stink about it, and a federal judge essentially tried to force him back. The Supreme Court did agree that because of the paperwork that was filed improperly, they had to bring him back, but he's just going to be tried here, and he's eventually going to be sent back anyway. So all they did was delay the inevitable.
Well, we don't know how that result of the court case will go here, number one. Number two, he wasn't supposed to be sent back to El Salvador. That's what the immigration judge had said. So he could be deported to another country.
Well, El Salvador is his country of origin. So if they're willing to take him, I don't know why he would be sent anywhere else.
Well, it's not just that they were willing to take him, it's where you paid the money to take him. I don't know why the United States of America has to pay other countries to take deportees. We're the United States of America. I think we can probably just throw our weight around and make them do that regardless.
I mean, I think it's probably better to at least incentivize other countries to take back and undo this horrible situation that Biden put us in by opening the border completely wide open, like millions and millions of people. And again, right, this isn't whataboutism, but it's relevant, right? Every percentage point that the border went down
was undoing sex trafficking, fentanyl, and crime that Biden allowed to happen in this country. Biden ruined
We're
America.
really going to do the Epstein defender president? Is the guy trying to curb sex trafficking? Is that really that's the route we're going to go down?
Are we going to pivot to Epstein because you don't have an argument against that?
No, I already said that the
what's your
argument down are fine, I guess.
What's your argument for opening the millions of illegals pouring in, and Donald Trump was able to shut it down within 6 months?
Donald Trump just turned off the asylum seeking process. We don't even know if that's going to stand legally or not. I will see.
He also closed the fucking border down
by shutting down the asylum process. Nobody can come into the U.S. and claim asylum anymore.
No. He made it so you have to be an actual asylum seeker. Millions and millions of people were not coming here and making legitimate asylum claims. They were just saying, "I'm scared of my country," and they didn't have to prove it. They didn't have to give any documentation, which incentivized illegal immigration. It is illegal to lie about being in fear for your life in your home country.
But if you refuse to accept any asylum claims, then obviously you're not going to be able to ascertain which ones are legitimate or not. So I mean, it's
but again, incentivizing. So shutting down the method that they were using with the CPP-1 app and just freaking, they were flying people in too, by the way, under the Biden administration.
Yeah, I don't think that was happening. But also, like, we had a border bill. We had a border bill to shut that down. Why did Republicans oppose the border bill after Trump told them to?
The same reason every bill in Congress is stupid. Congress is useless and garbage because they always put poison pills in every bill, and both sides do it. I'm not giving any excuses for either side of Congress.
There was no poison pill in this bill.
Yeah, there was a.
These people just hate our country. They just don't like how our country operates. That's all it is. They just want a fantasy country. But he's a fucking patriot.
There was like Democrat wish lists in there that the Republicans didn't want to sign on to. So what happens with both sides, by the way, so try not to come at me for this because I'm saying my side does it too, is when they write legislation, they write in a bunch of shit and then they go, all right, let's try to sneak in our fucking wish list. I think that they should
the border bill was just the border bill. That was it. There were no
the border bill had other shit in there.
No, it didn't. Republicans tried to make it have other shit in there when they
there was two versions of the border bill. Initially, it did have funding for Ukraine, funding for Israel, funding for Taiwan. But then
the Republicans' insistence, though. That was at the Republicans' insistence. But then it got separated out.
Let me clean this up. But then after that, there was another proposed border bill that did not have all of that. So that's actually correct.
Even that border bill, even the revised one, was garbage. It let 5,000 people in a day. That's not a fucking border bill.
It didn't actually. I don't want to get involved too much, but it didn't actually let five. It said that up until, so if you hit 5,000 border crossings, then 5,000 encounters at the border, then the border would get shut down. So it didn't say that 5,000 people could get in. It said that once you hit 5,000 encounters, the border shuts down. But those people that they're countered are still subject to, whatever.
I honestly, I'm not. You've been actually a very fair moderator, so I think that's a fair way. That's a fair point to jump in on, and I'll address it real quick. What you're basically saying is, right, that they put a border bill together that says we have the ability to shut down the border, but we won't do it until 5,000 people cross the border.
Because asylum seeking is a part of our country. We accept asylum seekers. And if you want to reform that, go ahead.
In my mind, that means
5,000 encounters.
5,000 encounters. Yeah. What that means to me is we will now wait for 5,001 before we do our job. And Republicans are like, why not just do it at 1? I don't like this bill.
Because because people need to be allowed to claim asylum. It's like a legal process that was afforded to people.
5,000 per day. People need to do that.
Well, no, it was if the encounters got too high, they had the ability to shut down the border. Do you think it's better for the president to do everything and not have Congress involved at all? Would you, if Donald Trump tomorrow said he's going to abolish Congress and just want to do everything on his own with his administration, would you support that?
No. That's a stupid question. I think that.
Okay, well, because it seems like you're okay with the president doing everything unilaterally. The tariff policies are just him. The immigration policy is just him. Yes. Foreign policy is just him. Like, what do you not want the president to do on his own that he should look to Congress for?
I want the president to do every single thing in his purview and use the maximum amount of his authority legally under the Constitution and the executive branch. But I do not.
So you want as close to an authoritarian as possible in our country.
Not want him to overuse or do anything that's unconstitutional. If Donald Trump wants to work harder than any other president and fucking write more executive orders than any other president and fucking do tariffs and do this and do that, I don't care. That's his job. It's in his purview. What I would really love is for Congress to do their fucking job because they get paid 10 times as much as a school teacher and work about half as much. And I don't understand how the fuck they're even like a thing. So I think
Congress gets paid 10 times as much as a school teacher?
I mean, some of them, they get, I would say more, if you take the average, probably 5 times as much as a school teacher, and they work less. Yeah. They work less than a public school teacher and make 5 times as much.
And
Okay.
some of them I'm
I think
referring
it's like three to four times. I think it depends on what you're talking about. But okay.
but the 10 times number, I'm also referring to the side hustles. You know, they got book deals and speaking events, and they got stock trades and all this shit. They're
Sure.
millionaires.
What do you think is the thing that Congress should do that the president shouldn't be doing?
Well, like I said, I think that the president should do as much as he can under his purview, because
I understand, but that's not what I'm saying. What is something Congress should do? I don't know why you're talking about what the president should do. I'm asking what should Congress do?
Hold on. I'm saying that representative government, which is what we want in this country, the president is also my representative. So I want him to do as much as he can do. I want Congress to also do as much as they can do. I want them to stop taking fucking recesses.
So what's the job that Congress should have?
Congress should be making laws, and not making law, not like only making laws, but they should be tending to their districts and doing.
So they made a bill last time for immigration, and President Donald Trump shut it down because he wanted to keep the border open for election. So
here's what I want Congress to do immediately. I want them to immediately make a law that says that none of them can engage in any secondary income activities while they are serving in office, and that means no stock trades, no book deals, no speaking events. You get your base salary, and that's all you get.
Wait, do you think that the same should be said for the president?
I was just about to say
So
that.
you acknowledge then that Donald Trump is like doing more side hustles than every president in all of history combined, and all of Congress and every U.S. Congress combined in history. Every single congressional member, Senate, and Congress, and every single president combined has made less money than Donald Trump has made on his side hustles.
Okay,
right?
so Donald Trump has donated his whole salary, though, right?
Oh. A fucking millionaire has donated his whole salary. Wow. Oh my god.
Now, wait, Donald Trump's salary is like $400K. He's made like hundreds of millions or billions off of Trump coin at this point. That's nothing. That's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, and hold on. I'm pretty sure. I don't even know if that. As of August 2025, Donald Trump's official presidential salary is $400,000 a year. However, he has repeatedly donated his entire salary to various government departments and causes. For example, he donated a paycheck to the White House Historical Association to support renovations and beautification efforts. He also donated to the Department of Education to fund STEM programs. The same department that he got rid of? What? His income sources extend far beyond his presidential salary. His financial disclosures reveal significant earnings from his business ventures, including real estate, Trump Media and Technology Group, cryptocurrency, licensing deals, and royalty. He earns money from licensing his name for various products like watches, guitars, and Bibles. Oh yeah, the Trump Bible. The fucking famous golden Trump Bible. Okay, so maybe he does still donate his salary, but honestly, good for you, I guess. I'll give him that. Good for you. But not really, because you're just a millionaire anyways. You're making money other ways, and honestly, it's just not enough.
Maybe I should have clarified. I'm sorry. I mean related to Congress, right? Like, I don't think they should have any speaking engagements, book deals while they are working in Congress. If they have a private, like, I don't think that MTG, who's a moron, by the way, we'll agree on that, should have to give up her construction business because she joined Congress. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't think that they should be able to have side hustles while in Congress. Like, they shouldn't be able to go and do speaking engagements. They shouldn't be able to trade stocks because they have insider information. They shouldn't be able to do certain things.
What about the president of the United States having a huge control of a crypto coin that anybody can secretly?
I've criticized him for that.
Not just criticize. It's like a horrible thing, right?
It's not that bad. He's again.
That he could be hosting $1 million dinners and getting donations anonymously through that crypto coin. That's not that bad.
Well, he could. He could be, but that would be a huge violation. And if he did that,
didn't he literally have a special crypto dinner where like the top 50 fucking Trump coin holders were allowed to attend? Didn't he literally actually do that?
But if they were just buying the crypto coin on their own, and then he was like, yeah, you can come to a dinner. I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about.
No, wait, hold on. This is the standard conservative go-to. Is like, I don't know anything about the most corrupt president in history. It's kind of crazy. You wouldn't know that the president said, the top holders of this crypto coin, I'm going to invite the top like 30 or 40 or 50 of you to come and have like a special little dinner with me. That's kind of strange. You wouldn't know about that. But
the most corrupt president in history. I think the last president literally went to Ukraine and said, if you don't fire the prosecutor that is investigating my son for corruption, I will not give you $1 billion of taxpayer money. So, like,
why do you think Biden? Why do you think Biden said publicly when he was on stage that he was pressuring Ukraine to fire Shokov?
Because they wanted him fired. I don't give a fuck. He said
because the entire world because
camera,
he was a corrupt prosecutor.
On camera, according to Biden, right? On camera.
No, according to all of Europe and according to Ukraine, that's why he got fired.
On camera, according to Ukraine, one of the most corrupt nations in the world.
That was the whole reason why they were pressuring Ukraine to move in a less corrupt direction. Yes, there was loans and there was money being made available to Ukraine on the contingency that they clean up their system. Yes.
I don't even give a shit your logic, right? Here's the deal. Biden on camera admitted to bribery.
It wasn't bribery though. What do you mean? Admitting to bribery?
Absolutely bribery. If you say, I walked into a world leader's office and said, I will withhold taxpayer dollars, which he doesn't have the authority to do.
He did have the authority to do it. That was the whole deal. The deal was that the United States had made available preferential loans to Ukraine that as long as they followed all of the guidelines set forth with deals that were also negotiated with the EU, that they could have money available to them to fix up their system. And firing corruption and getting rid of corruption was part of the agreement. Yes, that's why do you think he felt comfortable saying this on a world stage?
And it is just a coincidence that prosecutor was investigating Biden's son.
Technically, well, he wasn't investigating Biden's son. One of the open investigations was into Burisma, but there were lots of open investigations. And this investigation had been dead for years. There wasn't even good evidence that like anything was even going on here. Like at the end of the day, Hunter brought back maybe $5 to $10 million of payments from Burisma. Donald Trump makes that in a day fucking with his crypto coin. Like it's not even remotely comparable.
You're going to pull your back out moving these goalposts, bro. So anyway,
hold on, just to be clear, I can move a single goalpost. There was no quid pro quo. Not in the same way when Giuliani called for Zelensky and said, "Hey, can you guys announce an investigation into Hunter Biden?" When Donald Trump said that,
do you think that a president that is not engaging in corruption would have to pardon his entire family, pre-pardon them for crimes that apparently they didn't commit?
If he felt like they were being corruptly investigated by the other side, then they might do that. So, for example, in the beginning of this debate, when I said that Donald Trump was writing executive orders to target individuals and rescinding security clearances from political opponents, that would be an example of a corrupt weaponization of the DOJ that you might want to protect people from. Yes.
So Biden can just assume corruption, right?
No, not assume it. We would just see corruption based on the conduct of the Republicans and what they've been like for the 4 years when Biden was president.
That would be an assumption.
No, it wouldn't be an assumption. An assumption would be baseless. The Republicans investigated Hunter Biden for 4 years and found nothing of this Burisma corruption, and instead discharged him with crimes like lying on a 4473.
Hunter Biden was convicted of a felony. What the fuck are you talking about?
The felony was lying on a 4473 about doing drugs while buying a gun.
I understand.
You know that nobody gets charged with this crime, right? This is not like a crime that you charge people with, right?
I understand, but it goes to character.
Goes to character?
Yeah. Have you seen the content?
Oh, well, in that case, Donald Trump was 34-time convicted felon. He's got a way worse character than Hunter Biden then. Easy, I'll take that. Fine. Hunter Biden also wasn't even in part of the government. He wasn't president of the United States. Okay. Donald Trump puts all of his family members all over the government and media.
Okay, so let's go back to, I think we're doing the thing again, right? What was the original claim? Okay, so the claim was the crypto thing, right? I don't think that Trump should engage in the crypto thing, but it also goes back to the argument I made on why he can engage in lawsuits, right? He's also a private citizen while being president of the United States, or he has the same rights as a private citizen. So legally, he can do it, right? Do I think it's
well, legally, shady? Biden can pardon anybody he wants. That's fine too, right?
You're right. He can. I just asked you the reason, and you give the most amount of leeway to your side, right?
I don't give any leeway. I just look.
No, that's literally what I've been saying all night. Is the fucking charitability that they have been giving. He has been giving Trump for literally everything, all the time. Takes zero accountability. Sorry, I'm not talking a lot because this is just like the same shit over and over and over again. But we're almost done, so.
Look at the facts. It's very easy to just look at the facts, yeah.
So you look at the facts that Biden presumed that he made an assumption that the Trump administration was going to have a corrupt DOJ that was going to go after his family, so he just blanket pardoned all of them.
Which they've done. Donald Trump literally says he wishes he could go after all the J6 Select Committee people, but he can't because they were pardoned.
Let me finish my point. Please don't interrupt me. I don't interrupt you. All right. So Biden presumed that there was going to be a corrupt administration, and under that assumption, right, he pardoned his whole family and then some random people in his circle. But Trump cannot assume that the pollsters and the other people are corrupt based off of the behavior that Donald Trump is making an assumption.
Yeah,
right. So
because there's evidence for
one thing, let's let Misfit finish.
One thing, and there's not evidence for the other thing.
Let's let him finish.
I know you can't stop interrupting me. So my point is, right, you have two sets of standards, right? Whereas I have tried to give the same set of standards, just like we did with the vacation days. I'm giving the same leeway to both and saying that both of the numbers were days where both presidents probably weren't really taking a full vacation, but both people who counted these vacation days counted them high, right? And that's where I went. I gave Biden the credit and Trump the credit, equal credit. What you do is you give one side credit and then not the other. It's clear. So I mean, if you can make that make sense to me, please do.
Yeah, I just like to look at the actual facts and the evidence.
You keep saying facts.
Right, Misfit. Now let's let Destiny.
Yeah, so the facts would be somebody like Kash Patel saying that he's going to come in and open investigations on every single person that worked with the J6 Select Committee or that worked with Biden. That would be evidence pointing towards a corrupt DOJ. The fact that when the DOJ came about under Donald Trump, they started to write executive orders, literally targeting individual law firms, literally targeting individuals at those law firms, and then rescinding security clearances from people that they deemed as enemies of the administration. That would be evidence towards corrupt intent. When you look at Donald Trump in his first term, and he fired Comey because he was trying to obstruct the investigation into his campaign, when he begged Jeff Sessions to recuse himself, or I'm sorry, not to recuse himself, but to also to end the investigation of his campaign, when Mueller had to be appointed as a special prosecutor because Trump was trying so hard to obstruct him as much as he can, and then when Donald Trump literally pardoned every single person that helped that obstruction happen, people like Roger Stone, people like Manafort, yeah, I think that all goes to evidence of a corrupt intent from the DOJ and from Donald Trump. I don't think you saw any of this under Biden. While Biden was president, there were literally 2 special counsels running against him the entire time, one for the secret documents or whatever, and then another one for his son that lasted for years and years. The Republicans promised that they were going to prove the Burisma link. They never did. They had nothing. Not only did they not prove it, but the guy that initially informed on the FBI saying there was a link between Hunter Biden and Burisma and doing improper deals, that guy admitted to lying about everything. And he's currently, right now, convicted for lying to the FBI, which was the whole origination.
If Biden never fucking did the pardons, these guys would have nothing to say. But because of this pardon, they just all just cling on to that. At first it was the laptop forever. Now it's the fucking Biden pardons, even though Trump has done that and so much more. But Biden's the corrupt one. And a lot of the liberals were just like mad at Biden for doing that because they didn't want to give Biden, or they didn't want to give these people that talking point. And honestly, I don't blame them because they literally never let it go. But I also don't blame Biden at the same time. And I think most people agree they would have done the same thing as a family person, right? So it's just, there's 2 different standards held for Biden and for Trump. They don't keep the same standard for Trump. They give him so much more charitability, so much more wiggle room, so much less accountability. Yeah, I'm getting tired, if you can tell. This is almost over.
Nation point of that Burisma false dealings thing.
So you think that going after your political opponents with the justice system is corrupt intent?
If
Yes?
you have no reason to do so, yes.
Oh, hold on. No. You just said this shows corrupt intent. Now, which administration was Donald Trump indicted under?
Yeah, Donald Trump was indicted when Biden was in office.
Yes. So you think that Biden had corrupt intent by going after Donald Trump?
Donald Trump was indicted by a special prosecutor, not directly under Biden's control, Jack Smith.
Not directly under Biden's control, but under Biden's DOJ, correct?
But Biden's DOJ appointed a special prosecutor so that it wouldn't, and Merrick Garland himself didn't operate under Biden's control directly.
Okay, but it was Biden's Department of Justice. He is the top dog.
No, because Democrats don't run the DOJ that way. They don't give orders like Donald Trump does to his DOJ. That's why there's no evidence whatsoever of Biden controlling Merrick Garland. I know you want to simplify it because you don't like the facts. Yeah, that's the reality.
The country runs the same no matter.
No, it doesn't. No, not when there's somebody corrupt and authoritarian like Donald Trump. No, it doesn't run the same. It's very different.
There it is. The isms are coming up. So again,
authoritarian is not an ism. You mean authoritarianism?
Yes. Is whatever. Doesn't matter. Look. This is again the double standard that you have.
Yes, because I'm looking at the facts, and you just want to not look at any of the facts. I understand.
You just keep saying fact. You are saying my opinion is a fact. That's what you are saying. You keep on saying.
I'm sorry. Which indictment? Let's go over the indictments. Which indictment against Donald Trump is unfair?
Interrupting again.
You want to get into the facts of any of them, or do you just want to say that? Oh, you just want to be vague in general. Go ahead.
You're doing that interrupt thing again. You should stop that.
Okay.
So you are saying I have an opinion about Donald Trump, and then you say, I'm just looking at the facts, right? You are not presenting facts, right? You are presenting your opinion. You are saying Donald Trump's Department of Justice is corrupt because they might go after their political opponents, or they did write executive orders against lawyers. But you are giving credit to Biden, saying he is presuming that there is his Department of Justice had a special counsel that was hired under his, and then you say the Department of Justice doesn't run the same way under a Democrat than it does a Republican.
Correct.
Right?
Because I have evidence of that.
Wait, Destiny, let's let him just finish.
But what I'm saying is the structure of the system, right? Now there is separation of powers. You are correct there, right? But Biden's DOJ, Biden is the top of the executive branch, but he is the boss of Merrick Garland, right? And Merrick Garland is the boss of the Department of Justice, right? So it is a structure where Biden is the last person you answer to.
No.
Right? Correct?
No.
Yes.
No,
But
there's different theories. This was the whole point of it.
Let's let Destiny respond now.
Yeah, the whole point of the Trump admin was this unitary executive theory, the idea that the president of the United States can directly control and tell attorney generals what he wants them to do directly. It was a huge issue in his first term. It's why Barr quit. It's why he had so many issues with his attorney generals, because he's trying to direct them to do things that they might not want to do. And the DOJ is seen historically as having some separation from the president, because you don't want the president to be in direct control like that. It's very scary. But that's why he chose this time a sycophant like Pam Bondi, who is taking orders directly from him. And you can see that from time to time. You never saw that. You never saw Biden ordering Merrick Garland to do something. If that was the case, you would have never had the Mueller report.
How do you know?
Because Merrick Garland never said it, because there were no reports verifying this ever, and because Merrick Garland appointed a special prosecutor that literally investigated Biden for lost security documents or for classified information. That's where the whole Mueller report came from.
Did Biden pardon Merrick Garland? Pre-pardon him? Was he one of them?
I'm not sure, but I'm just saying there's no evidence. There's no evidence whatsoever that
You're saying because Merrick Garland never came out and admitted to corruption that he might have been taking part in, that the lack of evidence is proof that they never did anything.
I'm saying there's no evidence of it.
Yeah,
there's plenty of evidence of Trump doing it openly.
There is no evidence.
I'm
right?
covering this because, and I'm like getting just so tired. I feel like I've been repeating myself all night, but he is literally the perfect embodiment of the misinformed MAGA voter. He is just the embodiment of that whole fucking movement. The vague talking points, the misinformation, the unfactual opinions. It really is getting tiring, on top of it being 3 a.m, but it's almost over, so. But God, like, I wanted to rip my hair out listening to him. Hypocrisy is what really gets me, is when they don't hold the same standard. They have so much charitability to Trump, they can never have him take accountability for anything he does. They say they hate the federal government, but this guy has the president tattooed on his fucking body, and he trusts everything he says. Even though the same president, is the one using lawsuits against media journalists, universities, fucking anybody who comes after him. It's actually insane. But that's not a red flag? That's not a red flag? If Biden did that, they would be fucking losing their minds. If Biden had Elon Musk, who owned Twitter, the most popular social media site, and one of the richest people on the planet, had him come into the government to help him, they would fucking shit themselves. Yes, he has a tattoo of Trump. But he hates the federal government. It's fucking insane. Maybe they hate the federal government because what they really want is a fucking dictator, because these people hate our country. But he's a patriot. They hate our country, though. God. Okay. I'm tired.
Right now that the guy who cuts my hair is a pedophile. He might be a pedophile, though. Like, it's a possibility, right? So, like, there's no evidence that just because you haven't seen evidence doesn't mean it's not happening. What I'm saying is if the standard you apply to Donald Trump.
Just because you haven't seen evidence doesn't mean it's not happening. So therefore you assume that it is happening even though you don't have evidence? Would you therefore assume that your hair cutter is a pedophile even though you don't have evidence for it?
Trump, which is he gives orders to his attorney general, who then directs the Department of Justice to do certain things. That means that you can presume that it is a possibility that Biden did the same thing you're accusing Trump of. Which
Yes,
is why
if I had no critical ability to analyze media, then I would say that. But if I looked at the facts, if I looked at all the reports, if I looked at stuff from the White House, there's been a lot of stuff that's leaked from both White Houses. Jake Tapper wrote his whole book attacking Biden, and plenty of people in the Biden White House had their opinions on how things ran. Nobody has ever said that Biden was directing Merrick Garland. That's just never been the case. There's no evidence of that whatsoever.
Jake Tapper, the guy who said that Biden was the sharpest president ever, and then waited until they fucking railroaded him to write a book. Look, man, I'm pretty much, unless you have more topics you want.
Yeah, I think we've gone for 2 hours.
We acknowledge there's no evidence that Biden directed Garland to do anything. That's good. And there's open evidence that Donald Trump thinks he controls literally.
So by your logic, there is no evidence that Donald Trump has done anything wrong either. Because
anything wrong? Why did you make it so vague? I said he controls the DOJ on his own unilaterally.
There's no evidence that he controls the DOJ.
There literally is. What do you mean? Pam Bondi literally says, Donald Trump has directed me to look into this. Donald Trump has and then Donald Trump literally says, I have Pam Bondi looking into this.
Donald Trump is her boss.
Yeah, but the DOJ is supposed to operate independently.
But Donald Trump is her boss.
So he can hire and fire. That's it.
But
he can also direct his attorney general. Presidents direct their attorney generals.
People don't typically direct their attorney generals like that. That's not the norm.
Okay. Sure, let's end it there because I feel like we'll go 30 minutes on this.
Again, this is the same guy who thinks that school basketball courts and pencil sharpeners are bought with the federal Department of Education's budget. He thinks that fucking pencil sharpeners and printer paper comes from the Department of Education budget. This is the guy who uses deductive reasoning and logic to come to conclusions rather than media sources. And this is where it brings you guys. This is where it brings you, fellas. When you like to use your own misinformed deductive reasoning. It's like actually fucking sad.
Curious, just as a media critical person, do you know what the three branches of government are?
Yeah, the judiciary, executive, and legislative.
Oh my god, ask him if he believes in dinosaurs. I bet he doesn't. I bet he thinks dinosaurs are made up.
Okay, good job. A+.
All right, let's go to closing statements. So since Destiny went first, then I think Misfit, you should go first for the closing statement. Sure. Say whatever you need, and go ahead.
Okay. I mean, my closing statement is going to be similar to my opening statement. I'm just going to rattle through the list of achievements, and I think that any real critical thinking person will say that if you look at your life now versus, I would say even 6 months or 8 months ago.
Before we do closings, what do we think about the...
If I look at my life now to 6 months ago, almost literally nothing has changed. But I know other people whose lives have changed drastically and not in a good way. But this is what I mean. They are vibe voters. They vote on vibes. Donald Trump says it's good. So all of a sudden in 6 months, this crazy inflation economy is all of a sudden just poof, better. All of a sudden. Because of vibes. All the immigrant murders aren't happening anymore. Poof. Just it's better now.
Epstein thing. Can we just visit that for 2 seconds? How do we feel about that?
If Misfit has time, then
yeah, I guess. I mean,
okay, let's limit it to like 5-ish minutes. But
well,
I'm just curious. It seems like the Epstein thing is a pretty big fumble.
Yeah, Pam Bondi should be fired.
Do you think he's going to fire her?
No, but she should.
Why not?
Well, here's the thing about the Epstein files, the whole situation with the Epstein files, right? None of it's really an indictment against Trump, other than he definitely hired the wrong person for attorney general because she spent her time.
That too. If Biden was the ones that was friends with Jeffrey Epstein, they would never stop talking about it.
Lying to the American people about how there was this big bombshell that didn't exist, and now that there's a big nothing burger, it's a bad reflection on Trump. So she should be fired on that alone.
What about the evidence that the FBI was pointing out where Donald Trump is coming up in the Epstein files and then filtering that information up to Pam Bondi?
Everyone knew Donald Trump was in the Epstein files, and he knew that when he was releasing them.
Okay, so don't you think Kash Patel and Dan Bungo Balls should both these people get fired too?
All three of these people should be gone,
right?
What do you mean? Hold on.
Wasn't Kash Patel and Don Bongino, weren't they also saying that there is huge information that they were going to be able to release?
Before they were in office, before they were in the administration and actually saw the lack of evidence, they made a presumption that there was evidence there that I believe was already destroyed. And I don't think that anybody on your side has any credible argument for the Epstein files when Biden had 4 years to release the Epstein files.
Wait, why didn't maybe Donald Trump destroy them all?
When
Epstein died, when he was president of the United States in 2019?
Okay. So Donald Trump destroyed them, but not Biden or Obama or Bush. So Donald Trump was president for like 4 out of the 18 years that Epstein was under indictment, investigation, and eventually arrested. It wasn't until Donald Trump put his DOJ in charge that Epstein was actually arrested. Right? Epstein was arrested under Donald Trump. Epstein was not arrested.
So if he was arrested under Donald Trump, put into jail, and then died in prison, in a federal prison, and now, so how would Biden even have the chance to destroy any files? Seems like this is all under Donald Trump's supervision. Maybe Donald Trump was protecting himself.
I mean, he did die in 2019, and that was close to when Donald Trump was on his way out, and he was kind of busy with that whole COVID thing. So I don't.
2 years after, but.
Well, COVID. I mean, like I said, Epstein died in 2019, and then so that would give about a year and change where Trump probably could have looked into it more, but I don't think it was at the top of his list of priorities. I think he was running the country.
Do you think there's like a big incentive for Trump to hide that maybe because he's in the files?
Wait, no. Donald Trump is the only person that cooperated with the DOJ and testified against Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump kicked out Jeffrey Epstein from his club in Mar-a-Lago 30 years ago and has no contact with him since.
After he knew that Epstein was stealing employees there to go bring him to his own place. Yeah, he let him take one and then he brought him back. And after the second one, he was like, okay, now you're gone.
He knew he was stealing employees. He didn't know that he was a sex trafficker.
That's crazy. Because then why did he fire him after he took the second employee? After he's literally saying on record that everybody knows that he likes young women and everything.
Yeah, like I think he meant young, like 18, 19. I don't think he knew that the guy was I know he didn't know he was a sex trafficker because he's been investigated ad nauseum. Jeffrey Epstein's own victims said they never saw Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein. They never saw Donald Trump do anything.
That's not true. One of them years ago said that Trump and Epstein were there and assaulted her.
Improper with Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files as a guy who cooperated with the DOJ against Jeffrey Epstein, and he was listed on the plane along with Ivanka.
On top of all the fucking creepy comments Trump has made about young girls and not 18, younger.
If Trump knew that he was such a bad guy, why did Trump make Acosta his labor secretary when Acosta was the prosecutor that cut that sweetheart deal for Epstein in 2001 or whatever?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I have no idea.
The FBI said that, we
noted
all the places where he was in the files, and then the DOJ decides not to.
Let's use your own logic that you're.
By the way, all these people are the same people who defend Andrew Tate, who did literally. I'm not just saying that like literally, actually the exact same thing that Jeffrey Epstein did, with the bottom bitch, and everything. Literally the exact same thing. Their business was almost precisely the same, except Jeffrey Epstein didn't have the webcam business. But how he brought the girls to him is almost identical.
Applying to Donald Trump against.
And the ages of the girls are also very identical.
Right, against Joe Biden and against Barack Obama. Joe Biden and Barack Obama are very good friends with the Clintons. And Bill Clinton was on the Epstein plane 27 times. He was on the island. There was a painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress and red high heels in the fucking building where they were fucking kids. So you can put two and two together and create Donald Trump's a pedophile, but you can't even fucking remotely entertain the idea that Biden or Obama, who had way more time, could have destroyed evidence to protect their fucking social circle. Like, I mean, come on, dude.
No, I don't think that makes any sense.
How?
Well, you said it yourself that Epstein didn't end up being arrested until under Trump's administration. We know that Epstein is on recording saying that he was best friends with Donald Trump for 10 years. You know that if that same recording existed for him saying he was the best friends with the Clintons or the Obamas, you guys would be losing your mind over it. But because it was with Trump, nobody cares about it.
They were friends in the 90s. Jeffrey Epstein was arrested in 2000 and was it 4?
Do you think
So you think that he just started all of it and got arrested immediately?
Yes.
No, he got arrested for having an underage hooker. I believe it was 2004. That was under Bush. Right? So you had Bush who arrested him.
Yeah, but everybody knew that he'd like young girls before then. Trump and everybody else had said that. Trump even sent him a birthday card. It was in that thing that got published recently. They got really mad about it. He sued the Wall Street Journal for.
The thing that's completely fucking made up. He wrote on a pubic area. Do you have any idea how ridiculous? Let's not go down that rabbit hole.
You think that whole story is fake?
Yes, that's why he's suing them.
You think that if you sue somebody, it means you're okay? Interesting.
I mean, it doesn't make sense on its face. It's basically like this probably would have come up in the
decades-long investigations. It just conveniently comes out now that there was this magical birthday card that shows up right as the Epstein files are being released.
What about when Donald Trump on video is wishing Ghislaine like well, even though he knows that she's in prison or whatever, and he's like, well, her husband died, and I wish her well, I wish her well.
I think that's just a saying, but either way, right? Hold on.
Just a saying?
No. Let's not do the thing where you pivot and try to.
I'm not pivoting. I'm just saying there's a lot of connections.
No. Let's go back. You said there's a lot of connections to Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have told you the connections to Donald Trump ceased in the 1990s. Bill Clinton was on the Lolita Express 27 times, and there is a painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress with red high heels on that has been authenticated and verified by the Department of Justice. They found a painting of Bill Clinton, which looks like a portrait that he posed.
I think we can all agree that Bill Clinton was a massive perv. Like, people on the left are not going to argue with that.
Okay.
I don't even know, where is this painting?
You haven't heard of this? I mean, go. You can look it up. Look up Bill Clinton blue dress painting. It's real, by the way. So Bill Clinton.
Do you think Bill Clinton painted it himself?
Who is friends with Jeffrey Epstein after the 90s, on the Lolita Express, at the island, where they had sex with young children. And there's way more of a connection. So applying your Trump logic of, just a connection is apparently enough to jump to the conclusion that he's, presumably you think he's doing nefarious activities, then you would have to apply that logic to Bill Clinton, which would also incentivize Joe Biden and Barack Obama, and honestly, George Bush too, because they're all buddies.
So because they're friends, because they're associates, they're automatically involved. When Trump was actually like best friends with Jeffrey Epstein himself and has talked about that relationship for a very long time. But because Obama is in the same political party as Bill Clinton, he's involved? Like, what?
Destroy evidence.
Where do you think this painting came from?
That came from the island that was in Jeffrey Epstein's.
Yeah, but who commissioned the painting? Where did it come from?
I can't remember, but they
found some random Australian artist painted this painting because she thought it was funny, making fun of Bill, and then apparently Epstein bought it and he showed it at his island. This wasn't made for Epstein. It wasn't made by Epstein.
Okay, so Epstein was such good friends with Bill Clinton that he bought that painting, brought it to the island so that he could show Bill Clinton and have a laugh.
Or it's just a funny painting because it's a painting of Bill Clinton in a dress on a chair pointing at somebody.
Okay, so again, Jeffrey Epstein was such good friends with Bill Clinton that he bought that painting.
Couldn't you just buy this to make fun of somebody? Why would you be really good friends to buy a painting like this?
Because they were good friends. He was on the Lolita Express 27 times. He was at the island.
Wait, you acknowledge there's more evidence that Epstein was good friends with Trump than he was with Bill Clinton? No,
I would not acknowledge that. I would say that Bill Clinton was friends with Epstein at the height of his proclivities, as opposed
to. So in 2002, Trump told New York Magazine that Epstein was a terrific guy. That was in 2002.
Which was 2 years before anyone knew that he was a fucking pedophile.
Oh, okay. I thought that there were statements of Trump and everybody saying that they knew that he liked young girls and was kind of weird, but
I think that maybe if there is a quote, young girl, I could say about my friend that he likes young girls, and I'm referring to 20-year-olds, right? I could be like, my buddy Paulie likes young girls, right? I'm not talking about children, but I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not. And that's just
a lot of charity, but okay, yeah.
It might be a little bit of charity, but I think that you're maybe jumping to a conclusion that has another explanation. But either way, okay, so let me pin you down on this, right? The connection of Jeffrey Epstein with Bill Clinton, and there's allegedly the other associates. There's if you go through the Epstein files, part 1, the binder files, whatever. I think that it's not a reasonable, or I think it's not arguing in good faith to say every single person that was ever on that plane was a pedophile, right? I think that's a ridiculous statement, right? However, when you're on the plane 27 times, and you're on the island itself, and there's a painting of you in a dress in the building where they were doing the fucking shady shit with the kids, I think that's more of a connection than a guy who kicked you.
When was the last time Bill Clinton met with Epstein?
I think it was in the 2000s.
2002 is when Epstein apparently met Bill Clinton for the last time. So that was the same time that Donald Trump said he was a terrific guy. You said in 2002 nobody knew yet. So why would Bill Clinton have known, but Donald Trump wouldn't have?
So I don't know. You might have a good point there. Where are you getting that Clinton's last?
I'm seeing Bill Clinton took 4 trips with staff on Epstein's private plane in 2002, 2003, and then met with Epstein in New York in 2002.
There was 27. He was on there's 27.
So flight logs, U.S. media have reported Clinton flew on Epstein's jet up to 26 times, occasionally without his Secret Service detail. Yeah, but that's just on his plane. That's not even saying he was on there.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Going to his island.
Yeah. No. I think you'd have to go and look at the files, but I'm pretty sure that there is confirmation that he was on the island. All right, but
Yeah,
let's
I think
just
he's been on the island, but I'm saying that like he didn't like take 26 or 27 trips to the island.
no, but even one. Donald Trump was never on the island. Donald Trump took the plane back and forth from Florida to New York a couple times, right? So he never went to the island. Clinton went to the island where the painting of Bill Clinton was. Like
If all of this is true, then why wouldn't Donald Trump then just release all of the Epstein files for us to go through? If all of this is true, there's evidence of all of this.
Because I just told you, Donald Trump only had control of the Epstein files if he was paying attention.
Oh, the Democrats destroyed the files. Right. Dude, this is just insane. Is this over yet? 10 minutes.
For 4 years, and I don't think he was, but I think that what he did do was indict and arrest Jeffrey Epstein, which neither George Bush did actually, which neither Barack Obama or Joe Biden did, right? So
but apparently when Trump didn't do it, he didn't have he had bigger things on his list to take care of. But when Obama doesn't do it, he doesn't have bigger things on his list to take care of than the Epstein file. It's like
your own logic, right? What I'm telling you is you have a stronger connection with Bill Clinton, right? Which would, by your own logic, lead to some nefarious intent.
I don't know what I'm saying by my logic. That's just not the case.
Your logic is Donald Trump was friends with Jeffrey Epstein, right?
And knew that he was visiting his properties and knew that he was taking teenage workers and hiring them for himself. And then he
said he liked young
said
girls.
he was best friends with Donald Trump for 10 years.
And that was back in the 1990s.
And
okay?
Trump makes big comments like that too all the
cut the sweetheart
time.
deal with Epstein. The prosecutor, he made him his Department of Labor secretary from 2017 to 2019.
Yeah,
Seems like a lot of weird connections. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he just didn't make the connection. Maybe he just hired a costume. But either way, but what I'm saying is, but your
So maybe he's just retarded, and that's our president.
logic is you're alluding to nefarious intent because of a connection. So the only thing I did was
No, to be clear, I'm not alluding to that you can be connected. I'll be honest. Like a lot of people, I'm sure, were connected with this guy just because he was wealthy. But I'm just saying that the fact that Donald Trump has gone out of his way to have the FBI mark his involvement with Epstein, and then he's saying that they're not going to release anything about it. Now suddenly he's acting surprised. Everybody's so mad about it. He's saying, I don't know why we're even talking about the Epstein thing.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I'm using your own logic. Your own logic is you said Trump is all over the Epstein files. I clarified to you he's only in the Epstein files a couple of times. One where he testified against Jeffrey Epstein. He was one of the people that put Jeffrey Epstein in jail. Bill Clinton didn't testify, right? But none of the other associates testified. Donald Trump was the only person that came out and testified against Jeffrey Epstein. So there's that.
When did he testify against Epstein? What is this about? Which arrest?
I believe it was after the 2004 arrest. I believe it was after the underage prostitute. So
you said he testified in that criminal proceeding?
He testified again, I believe he gave a statement to the authorities. He might not have actually testified.
I just fact-checked it. No, there was no testimony.
He gave testimony. I'm sorry. He gave testimony. He did not testify. And that's confirmed by the DOJ. The DOJ is confirmed.
He gave testimony where? For what? I don't think this happened ever. I don't think he ever was interviewed or deposed or gave any statements about Epstein.
He did. I guarantee it. I am 1,000% sure on this. So, but Donald Trump is in the Epstein files as I'm sorry. When I said testify, it sounded like I meant in court. He was interviewed by the DOJ. And this is all public record. You can actually look up the testimony. He talks to the DOJ when they were investigating him.
I don't think this ever happened.
Oh, I guarantee you it did.
Okay.
Let me ask here. Dude.
Quickly look this up as well.
Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't think it happens.
It absolutely. I'll just copy paste it. Give me 1 sec. But
anything, so it's hard to say.
Okay, so right now, from the Hill, President Trump. Oh, sorry, this is a new article. My bad. Epstein grand jury testimony only. Interview. Try interview.
Interview by the Department of Justice concerning Jeffrey Epstein.
He absolutely was. I'm not even guessing on this. I'm not misremembering.
I think what you're thinking is because the DOJ interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell.
No. I think it was the FBI. Well, anyway, so all right, let's because we'll be here for it. I can't believe. Yes, Donald Trump agreed to participate. This is from NBC News and Politico. Yes, Donald Trump agreed to participate in an interview with the FBI regarding. Oh, this is fucking fuck you. This is regarding the assassination attempt. Assume it's true because it is, but all right, fine. You know what? Assume it's not true. Just go with my original point. The connection of Bill Clinton is just as strong as the connection of Donald Trump. So my argument against you, which is essentially using your own argument against yourself, is that if you're going to say that incentive to delete evidence is because Trump is in the Epstein files,
I'm telling you, Bill Clinton is also in the Epstein files, right? He's
but if Bill Clinton and all them were incentivized to hide this, then Obama probably would have just deleted everything relating to Epstein, and so they never could have arrested him. And
well, that's what I'm saying. Well, he was arrested under Bush, right? So he was arrested under 2 Republicans, no Democrats, right?
Okay. Don't you think Obama has less of an incentive though than Trump, just because Obama is maybe slightly associated with Bill Clinton because they're both in the Democratic Party, whereas Trump, like, that's like one step out of the equation. Like, you have Bill Clinton. It's not like Bill Clinton was the president. It was Obama, who is like maybe an associate of the Clintons because they're in the same Democratic Party, whereas Trump was literally the friend of Jeffrey, like Bill Clinton, but there's no like one step removed. You know what I mean? So I feel like Trump, first of all, would have had a bigger incentive to release the files, and a bigger because of the public push, and because the arrest happened under his administration, and he also would have had a bigger incentive to hide it because he would have been the Bill Clinton in this case, not a friend of Bill Clinton. Does that make sense? Like, it wasn't a friend of Trump's who was president. It was a friend of Bill Clinton's who was president. So Trump has the bigger incentive.
He was arrested.
But people say he was given a sweetheart deal under Bush, didn't they?
He was, and I'm not. That's what I'm saying. That's why I kind of did that tongue in cheek.
So was it also tongue in cheek when Trump arrested him?
No, what I'm saying is your logic. Trump, you said Trump.
You keep saying my logic, but you're not citing why I'm saying they have a close connection. There's no Epstein phone call saying he was personal best friends with Bill Clinton or Barack Obama or anybody else for 10 years, right?
Yeah, but Donald Trump, you're talking about 30 years ago, right? Or now it's more like 34.
I don't think Epstein became a pedophile when he turned like 58. I don't think he just like transformed into that.
Yes, but you would have to make a leap from the only evidence you have. The only connection you have was Donald Trump used to be friends with Jeffrey Epstein, who was friends with a lot of people, right? These rich people are friends with a lot of other rich people, and they're all in the same little social circles. Doesn't mean they know what's going on in their personal life. But then Jeffrey Epstein was stealing girls from Donald Trump's employment, and Donald Trump kicked him out and cut ties with him. And then after Jeffrey Epstein was indicted for being involved with an underage hooker under Bush, right? Donald Trump was like, "Oh, I had no idea that guy was a creep. I cut ties with him, like a decade ago or 15 years ago, et cetera, et cetera." And then the women that were in the Epstein files, the only time Trump is mentioned, they are saying, "I never saw Donald Trump do anything with Jeffrey Epstein," right? Never. I think that one of the women said, I might be misremembering, but I think that they might have said that Bill Clinton got a massage, or actually, I think there's like a photo of Bill Clinton getting a massage.
Just a quick fact check: the Bill Clinton, I'm sorry, you got me talking about Bill Clinton. The Jeffrey Epstein saying that the audio recording where he's saying that Trump was his best friend, that was recorded in 2017.
Where is that? What's that from?
My source is ChatGPT. It was recorded by Michael Wolff. But anyway.
I'm gonna finish my final point here, right? Because again, what I'm saying is the connection of friends with Jeffrey Epstein.
Wait, yeah, I have it here.
Is evidence that you would have some incentive to destroy evidence, right? Would apply to Trump, like by your logic, but it would also apply to both Biden and Obama. The only difference is Biden and Obama didn't arrest Jeffrey Epstein, but Trump did. Biden and Obama didn't testify against.
If Ghislaine Maxwell gets released right now under Trump, would you agree that that's really bad and highly sus?
That would be absolutely horrible, and I've already made a public statement. I go, if she is going to roll over on everybody and give all of the evidence, at max, you should put her in a better facility, which she's already doing, so I think that it's already happening. At maximum, you put her in a better facility and maybe take some time off her sentence, maybe. But no, you do not let a sex trafficking madam go as a trade-off. And if he does that, you can fucking screen record this because I am going to say it publicly. I will be so pissed off and I will say that this is absolute bullshit, right? You don't release people that harm children just because they rolled over on other people who harmed children. That will be that would put a big stain on his reputation in my eyes. So I don't think you should do that. I call balls and strikes even with Trump. I'm a super fan of Donald Trump, but
if Donald Trump released Ghislaine Maxwell, would you say that voting for Kamala would have been better than voting for Donald Trump?
No. It just wouldn't.
I know.
Because I wouldn't be able to justify those. I would say it's absolutely horrible, a horrible.
It's all good.
decision.
We know. It's all good.
But no, I mean, I think that if Kamala Harris was president right now, I think that we would be fucked. I think that she would have let the tax cuts expire. I think that there would be. I think that the wars in both countries would actually be worse than they are right now. I don't think that anybody in Iran. I think Iran wouldn't even deal with her because she's a woman. I don't think that you can have Muslims negotiating with women presidents. I don't think they're going to do it. So I don't think that she would have been able to pull off Operation Midnight Hammer. So either, but anyway, I know we're going to wrap up.
What does being a woman have to do with Operation Midnight Hammer? Isn't that an example of Trump not being able to negotiate with Iran?
Let's go to.
All right, hold on. All right, so this was written in July 2019. It was supposed to be an exclusive party at Mar-a-Lago, Donald J. Trump's members-only club in Palm Beach, Florida, but other than the 24 or so women flown in to provide the entertainment, the only guests were Mr. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. The year was 1992, and the event was a calendar girl competition, something that George Heraney, a Florida-based businessman who ran American Dream Enterprise, had organized at Mr. Trump's request. I have arranged to have some contestants fly in, Mr. Heraney recalled in an interview on Monday. At the very first party, I said, "Who's coming tonight? I have 28 girls coming. It was him and Epstein." Mr. Heraney, who had just partnered with Mr. Trump to host events at his casinos, said he was surprised. I said, "Donald, this is supposed to be a party with VIPs. You're telling me it's you and Epstein?" In fact, that was the case, an indication of a years-long friendship between the president and Mr. Epstein that some say ended only after a failed business arrangement between them. The full nature of their eventual falling out is not clear. But through a mutual appreciation of wealth and women and years of occupying adjacent real estate in Palm Beach, on page 6, the lives of two men routinely intersected for decades, until the connection turned from a status symbol into a liability, and Mr. Trump made sure to publicize the fact that he had barred his one-time friend from his clubs. In those days, if you didn't know Trump, you didn't know Epstein. You were a nobody, said Alan Dershowitz, the longtime Harvard University law school professor who later served Mr. Epstein's defense team when he was charged with unlawful sex with minors in 2006. Before Mr. Epstein pleaded guilty to the charges and was mainly known as reclusive, sweatshirt-sporting billionaire who liked the company of young women, Mr. Trump spoke enthusiastically about the relationship. "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy," Mr. Trump told New York Magazine in 2002. All right, so he said this quote in 2002. "He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." He also dismissed Mr. Heraney's warning about his friend's conduct. I said, "Look, Donald, I know Jeff really well. I can't have him going after young girls." Mr. Heraney remembers. He said, "Look, I'm putting my name on this. I wouldn't put my name on it and have a scandal." Mr. Heraney said he pretty much had to ban Jeff from my events. Trump didn't care about that. Shortly before the 2016 presidential election, Mr. Heraney accused Mr. Trump himself of inappropriate behavior towards his girlfriend and business partner, Jill Harth, during their business dealings. So, Mr. Heraney accused Trump himself of inappropriate behavior towards his girlfriend and business partner. The White House did not respond to a request for comment on Tuesday, but speaking Tuesday to reporters in the Oval Office, the president distanced himself from Epstein, noting that he knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. But Mr. Trump added, "I had a falling out with him. I haven't spoken to him in 15 years. I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you." Mr. Epstein, who was charged on Monday in Manhattan with sex trafficking, is better known as a lifelong friend of former President Bill Clinton than a close associate of Mr. Trump. In fact, the relationship with Mr. Trump turned so toxic that Mr. Epstein at one point told friends he had blamed Mr. Trump for his legal problems with the Palm Beach County Police. But while Mr. Trump had dismissed the relationship, Mr. Epstein, since the election, has played it up, claiming to people that he was the one who introduced Mr. Trump to his third wife, Melania Trump, though neither of the Trumps has ever mentioned Mr. Epstein playing a role in their meeting. Mrs. Trump has said that her future husband simply asked for her phone number at a party at the Kit Kat Club during Fashion Week in 1998. Mr. Trump was never a dues-paying member at the Mr. Epstein was never a dues-paying member at the Mar-a-Lago Club, according to an official at the Trump Organization. But as a guest of a guest, he was treated like a close friend by the club's owner and self-appointed head waiter, Mr. Trump. The two were photographed together there in the 1990s and early 2000s. Mr. Trump always in a tie, Mr. Epstein always without. And in Manhattan, they attended many of the same dinner parties, like the one that Mr. Epstein hosted for Prince Andrew, where the guest list also included Ron Perlman and Mort Zuckerman, among others. But longtime Trump associates played down their closeness, saying that was simply how Trump treated any guest at his club, checking on their steaks, bragging about his meatloaf, scanning the room for a better table, so guests always felt like they were getting a special treatment. Yeah. I just wanted to read that. So, yeah, the quote about him liking young girls was in 2002. According to this article. And yeah, everything else I read. All right, this is just about over. Finally, 4 minutes.
Closing statements.
Yeah, because Muslims don't view women as equals. That was my point.
Well, they don't view Trump as an equal either, because apparently they didn't negotiate with him as well. So
they didn't have to.
Let's jump to closing statements. We're going on 2.5 hours, so let's,
I'm definitely tired.
Let's get into it. So Misfit, you go first.
Oh yeah, all right. So to finish, all right. So to start over. By the way, Trump definitely did give an interview, and after this is over, I will send it to both of you. Once I find it. Can't believe we can't find it in real time. My closing statement is going to be very similar to my opening without all the other bullshit in. I'm just going to list off the accomplishments, okay? Because the prompt of this debate is Trump's first 6 months in office a success or a failure? The only thing that Destiny has proven is that he doesn't like Donald Trump's character, and he has opinions about Trump being corrupt with no actual evidence to back it up. He keeps on saying facts, but they're not facts. They're his opinions. He has a clear double standard when it comes to pretty much every fucking thing, which I've accurately pointed out just recently in the last few minutes by pointing out
projection.
He doesn't make the connection between Bill Clinton, but he makes the connection between Donald Trump. It's because Destiny is a partisan hack who is only using confirmation bias to form his opinions. Meanwhile, I do something different. I use critical thinking, and I have just in the past few minutes said I will call out Donald Trump if he does something wrong. You can quote me on it. But to go over the list one more time, Operation Midnight Hammer. Operation Midnight Hammer was an operation that I think only Donald Trump could have done. Every president's talked about it. Trump's the only one that did it. Iran does not have nuclear capabilities, and they probably won't for a very long time. Hopefully, never. The executive orders that he signed overturning Biden's executive orders, this whole back and forth executive order game, speak for themselves. And I think that ruling through executive order is absolutely fine. Just like I told Destiny, I think that the president should do everything in their power to enact their policies. And as long as it's not unconstitutional or an abuse of authority, I think they should do it. Biden did it. I was fine with it. I didn't like what Biden was doing. Trump did it. I'm fine with it. And I do like what Trump's doing. And then just really quick, we didn't even get to touch on this, but the Department of Education with Linda McMahon, that's going to be putting power back into the states, which is what this country intended. I want limited government. I want state-run government. I think that people in the state know how to run and govern their states better than the federal government does. Title IX was also a huge win that we didn't get to. That's taking men out of women's sports is huge for all of these girls who are getting unfair treatment, or were getting unfair treatment. The Lake and Riley Act we didn't touch on. We did touch on the border, but the Lake and Riley Act is huge. We did go over jobs. We did go over wars. We did go over a couple other things. We didn't go over NATO spending, but Donald Trump got NATO to increase their spending just like he did in the first term. And there's just, I have a list of probably 30 things here. And the only thing Destiny can do is talk about Trump's character and come up with conspiracy theories about, the corruption, which have no basis in fact. They're just opinions. So on that alone, like I said in my opening statement, I don't care if I win the popularity contest. I won this debate on the facts because I have the facts. Destiny has personal biases. So that's my statement. I do appreciate Destiny. Destiny, you're a gentleman most of the time. I think it was a fair debate. I think you did a great job, and I appreciate you.
Ooh, let's go to Destiny.
Yeah, it's an unbeatable argument to say that I'm a partisan hack when this guy literally has fucking Donald Trump tattooed on his leg. I don't know how I'm the partisan here when Trump is literally a part of his body.
That's a Time magazine.
People say that I'm not using well, people don't say, but Misfit is saying I'm not using facts. I mean, I brought up a lot of factual evidence to support literally every single thing I'm bringing up. The few facts that he tried to lean in on, he was completely and utterly incorrect about. He was 1,000% sure that Donald Trump had given some kind of testimony, some kind of sworn under oath, anything about Epstein. Apparently that never happened, despite him being 1,000% sure of it. Maybe he means 1,000% the same way that Donald Trump means he'll lower drug prices 1,000%, which is impossible unless he's paying us 9 times the cost of the drug to take it, maybe. I still stand firmly behind everything else I said. I think he weaponizes the DOJ in a horrible way. Misfit already admitted, like, on almost every single point that Donald Trump is utilizing these things in ways that nobody ever has before. But since it's apparently legal, that means that it's okay for him to do it, which I don't think is generally the standard that we hold the president to. I think I brought up a lot of concrete examples of the way that Donald Trump has been corrupt, and a lot of these Misfits even agreed with. When it comes to like Trump coin, for instance, that's just a horrendous idea. The idea that he was unaware that there was that millionaire's dinner for the top crypto holders of his own crypto coin to go and have a dinner with him, I think is absolutely insane. And I don't know, every other thing is just, I think that conservatives are allergic to facts. I think that when you start to dive into the facts of literally any of these issues, like the difference between Biden talking about Shogun being fired in Ukraine versus the quid pro quo that Donald Trump and Giuliani tried to do with Ukraine is absolutely unhinged. Like the deficit spending, like every big mistake that Donald Trump makes seems to be either hyperbole or he's like excused for it for some reason. Yeah, I just think it's absolutely unhinged. Anybody can defend Trump today. But I guess when you look at the media consumption patterns and the fact that it seems to be zero actual factual engagement with any of the topics at hand, that it's possible to just love him forever.
All right, awesome. I thought this was a good debate. I think covered a lot of good topics related to Trump. So thank both of you guys for coming on. I think you guys both should just quickly plug your channel. So Misfit, where can people find you?
All right, yeah, we know where they can be found. All right, yeah, so woohoo, that's that. So yeah, I think I've said everything I need to say. Ugh, I'm tired. Little Thumper is sitting in his fucking little hay basket, chewing on hay. It is so fucking cute. I wish I could show you. Thumper! Oh, he's so adorable. Anyways, maybe you'll get to see the bunny one day. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that was a pretty easy debate for Destiny, probably 100%, but at the same time, these people are just like hard to debate with because they're so confident about what they're saying, even though they don't have anything to back it up. Like, you just saw him fumbling over and over and over again, saying like, oh, he was making assumptions and guesses and just didn't really have information to support his claims. It's just vibe voters, and quite frankly, I'm just sick of it. So yeah, anyways, as for this channel, hopefully I'll have more things to cover soon. I am getting pretty bored of politics, so maybe I'll go back to some other things like philosophy again, covering some philosophical debates, some theology debates, stuff like that. Actually, that's a good idea. Maybe I'll start like finding those videos to talk about again, because that's fun. I always like doing that. So yeah, I'll plan something like that upcoming. But yeah, it's almost 4 a.m, so I'm just gonna peace out, y'all. Please like and do all that shit for me. And have a good night. I'm just gonna end the stream. No outro. Because I can't find it. Actually, it's right here. Do I do it? Let's see.